Ecco, il mio saluto poi si abbina anche al fatto che io rappresento uno dei corporate sponsor, Autostrada del Brennero, e qui sorge spontanea la domanda: ma cosa c'entra un'autostrada con i cambiamenti climatici, con le evoluzioni che ci sono su questo? Allora cerco di dare una risposta sintetica, perché se noi ci siamo, questa società che è di questi territori, su questo tema che fa parte del nostro DNA, tutto questo parte anche dalla nostra storia, perché qui in Italia, dopo la Seconda Guerra Mondiale, c'è stato un governo a Roma che ha disegnato le autostrade dove dovevano essere costruite per lo sviluppo del sistema economico italiano, e in questi territori non è stato previsto allora, era il 1954, a livello italiano europeo, ma anche a livello mondiale. Qui ne ricordo alcune, tra queste. La nostra società ha un progetto di fare la prima autostrada che è stata definita col Green Corridor a emissioni zero e a incidenti zero. Emissioni zero che cosa significa? Questo è il tema centrale che si collega anche con la conferenza. Vuol dire che vogliamo avere un'autostrada dove l'inquinamento è pari a zero. E questo come lo si realizza? Con tante azioni concrete, una gran parte le abbiamo già attuate, ovvero spostare gli spostamenti di merci e di persone dalla gomma, quindi dalla strada, alla rotaia, perché sappiamo che la rotaia ha impatti minori sul territorio e sul clima, tenendo presente anche di coniugare la mobilità, che è un elemento necessario per lo sviluppo economico dei territori. Quindi la mobilità serve, ma con la compatibilità dei territori. Quindi spostamento del traffico il più possibile dalla gomma alla rotaia, e noi siamo nel territorio italiano l'unico operatore che oltre all'autostrada abbiamo anche società che fanno trasporto su rotaie, e siamo il secondo operatore nazionale. Poi abbiamo fatto delle azioni innovative, ad esempio nel trasporto quello su gomma, privilegiando e cercando di innovare sull'idrogeno verde. Questo come driver per la mobilità di veicoli. Oggi l'idrogeno verde è conosciuto da tutti, si sa cos'è, ma quando questa società ha iniziato questo progetto di realizzare uno stabilimento produttivo per l'idrogeno verde che viene prodotto utilizzando l'acqua e l'energia idroelettrica che viene da questi territori con le centrali idroelettriche. Uno stabilimento che lo produce, che stocca l'idrogeno verde, e poi c'è anche il punto di ricarica per i veicoli, quindi che sono i distributori come tradizionali, quelli degli idrocarburi. Noi poi in società abbiamo tanti veicoli ad idrogeno, riteniamo che sia poi il tipo di mobilità che effettivamente chiude un ciclo a emissioni zero. Qui si parte dall'acqua, dall'energia idroelettrica, non ci sono le batterie con litio, silicio e quant'altro, e poi l'automobile attraverso un processo chimico riproduce l'energia elettrica e emette del vapore acqua, quindi il ciclo è chiuso senza emissioni. E noi siamo stati in questo territorio i primi a realizzare questo in Italia. Poi abbiamo avuto attenzioni su questo tema in svariate direzioni, sulle colonnine elettriche per la ricarica degli autoveicoli. Chi percorre la nostra autostrada ne trova colonnine circa 100, può ricaricare gli autoveicoli gratuitamente. Questo è un segnale chiaro, perché con l'offerta vogliamo stimolare la domanda. Quindi attenzione massima verso il presente e il futuro per avere un sistema che permetta la circolazione di questi veicoli ad emissioni totalmente zero. Poi altre attenzioni sul territorio, come l'utilizzo di materiali compatibili con il territorio. Ad esempio, se qualcuno di voi dovesse percorrerla, vi suggerisco di guardare il guardrail, quindi quello laterale, quello centrale, che apparentemente vedete che è di un colore naturale, che sembrerebbe arrugginito, ma in realtà non lo è, perché si è utilizzato un materiale, il corten, con questo colore naturale che nella natura si perde, e poi c'è una caratteristica tecnica legata all'innovazione, dove questo materiale permette anche una sicurezza per chi percorre l'autostrada molto, ma molto maggiore rispetto ai materiali tradizionali, perché attraverso un brevetto che abbiamo realizzato c'è una deformazione del guardrail che permette all'autoveicolo di avere, in caso di incidente, non di bloccarsi, ma con una deformazione programmata fa scaricare l'energia d'urto rimettendo il veicolo all'interno della pista di percorribilità e quindi scarica l'energia senza un urto totale che può portare quindi a incidenti anche mortali. Insomma, quello che volevo trasmettere a voi è che noi sul tema dei cambiamenti climatici ci siamo non per questione di attualità, di temi che adesso sono diventati di dominio pubblico e che quindi in tanti casi c'è necessità di manifestare questa attenzione, ma perché, come ho accennato con queste piccole cose, c'è questa attenzione che fa parte della nostra società che è partita da sempre per questa storia. Poi vorrei aggiungere un'ultima cosa e mi fermo perché non vorrei tediare, anche se sono cose che vivendole mi appassionano. Volevo dirvi che la nostra società ha anche un alto tasso di innovazione. Qui oggi, in questi lavori che vengono fatti ieri, oggi, con le conclusioni di domani, c'è una visione anche al futuro, quindi un'attenzione alle innovazioni di quello che succede nel nostro ambiente e questa vocazione all'innovazione noi la sentiamo in maniera forte e su questo vi voglio raccontare magari anche una piccola cosa perché nel sistema europeo, anche in Italia, attraverso un assetto normativo che viene chiamato PNRR, ci sono dei fondi destinati a 6 macro punti di investimenti per questi cambiamenti che abbiamo nel nostro sistema. 3 di questi sono stati declinati per la mobilità. Uno riguarda la digitalizzazione, uno riguarda la transizione ecologica, che vi ho accennato anche adesso, uno riguarda l'intermodalità. Ecco, sulla digitalizzazione, che è un altro aspetto che riguarda la qualità anche di ognuno di noi, c'è stata un'innovazione fortissima su questi territori. Per digitalizzazione nel settore della mobilità intendiamo, semplifico il tema, quello che sarà la guida autonoma. Ecco, oggi tutti noi conosciamo che ci sono gli autoveicoli che sono predisposti per la guida autonoma. Prendo come esempio la Tesla che conosciamo tutti, con un insieme di sensori, di software sofisticati, cerca di sostituire l'uomo. Però ci sono dei limiti su questa tecnologia, perché i sensori su un autoveicolo vedono a 50, 100 metri, non sanno quello che succede dopo. Ecco allora che una tecnologia che ci auguriamo poi che possa diventare anche uno standard mondiale, sulle strade c'è l'infrastruttura che riempiendola di sensori, di telecamere, avendo la rete 5G per poter comunicare un sacco di informazioni e dati, vede non i 100 metri, ma vede fino a tutto il percorso anche di chilometri e chilometri. Questo che cosa significa? Significa che collegando gli autoveicoli che comunicano fra di loro e gli autoveicoli, soprattutto con l'infrastruttura che vede tutto, l'insieme delle informazioni con questa rete 5G viene elaborata da piattaforme sofisticate, con algoritmi sofisticati, che possono guidare gli autoveicoli in una maniera perfettamente efficiente, ottenendo dei risultati che sono incredibili, che li sintetizzo e banalizzo il concetto, che sono questi. Innanzitutto, con la tecnologia si possono ridurre gli incidenti a zero. Oggi si è fatto tantissimo in materia di sicurezza con gli autoveicoli, con le infrastrutture, però c'è un errore che non è correggibile, che è l'errore umano, perché tutti noi quando guidiamo la macchina, se c'è qualcuno che è stanco, se per caso si utilizza il telefonino, si è distratti, non si riesce a comprimere questo errore umano. Allora serve la tecnologia per togliere questo errore umano. Un secondo effetto che si ottiene con questa tecnologia è quello di migliorare i tempi di percorrenza da punto a punto, perché oggi quando ci sediamo su un autoveicolo, ognuno di noi decide a quanto andare, quando frenare, quando andare a sinistra, a destra, quindi c'è, definiamo, una guida anarchica nell'insieme di coloro che guidano. Con la tecnologia invece c'è una mobilità organizzata che diventa molto più efficiente. Questo cosa porta? Appunto ad avere una percorrenza da punto a punto dove ci si impiegherà di meno. Terzo elemento, è quello forse meno intuitivo, ma forse quello più dirompente, è quello che con la tecnologia e quindi con questo ordine prestabilito all'interno della stessa pista stradale ci stanno più veicoli, perché è un sistema più ordinato e più performante. Questo cosa vuol dire? Vuol dire che senza utilizzo di altro suolo, anche qui quindi attenzione all'ambiente, anche con la crescita dei mezzi si riesce a gestire all'interno di ciò che già esiste senza consumare altro suolo. Qui magari mi fermo, ma qui vi guardo e chiedo se mi posso permettere di farvi vedere un brevissimo filmato di un qualcosa che riguarda il futuro, ma non come visione dove si racconta, pensiamo che possa succedere, faremo. Vi vogliamo far vedere qualcosa che noi abbiamo già fatto qui, su questo territorio, su questi temi che abbiamo già realizzati. Quindi non è un rendering o una visione ricostruita, ma un progetto europeo che abbiamo realizzato qui, questa tecnologia che a noi farebbe piacere poi che potesse diventare uno standard internazionale, tecnologia che noi non siamo sul mercato a venderla, ma che la mettiamo a disposizione di tutto il settore della mobilità, che è così importante per lo sviluppo dei territori. Quindi quel concetto che ho trasferito prima di innovazione, quindi attenzione al territorio, ma anche di innovazione guardando al futuro, collegato anche alla giornata di oggi, volevo far vedere, qui chiedo se è possibile far partire questo brevissimo filmato che dura 1 minuto e riguarda il track platooning che c'è. Questi sono dei mezzi che vengono un po' stellantis. Vedete questi mezzi che vengono platooning. a emissioni zero, a incidenti zero. Questo è un progetto ambizioso, ma che abbiamo già realizzato tantissimo, quindi non è una fantasia, è una realtà. E a me fa piacere quindi far parte qui oggi a portare questo saluto e domani poi a trarre anche le conclusioni di questo manifesto per poter dare questo contributo di essere innovativi in un tema che è mondiale, quello del cambiamento climatico, che quindi è necessario per la continuazione dell'attività nostra. Quindi questi centri pieni di storia che servono poi a programmare e cercare di dare un contributo anche per il futuro, chi verrà anche dopo di noi. Grazie.
Thanks a lot, Diego. You are not a corporate sponsor, you are a corporate partner, which is a slightly different concept. And no, I must say that because it is quite interesting that what you are trying to do here. This is very, very interesting, especially for you students from Politecnico di Milano and Bocconi. because here we are talking about sustainability-driven disruptive innovation, radical innovation. We're talking about a paradigm shift from the self-driving car, no, the smart car, to the smart infrastructure, to the smart highways. It's a completely different concept. It is something that in countries like, well, China, in fact, they are trying to do that in cities. So the roads, instead of the car self-driving into roads that we have now, which is very, very, very complicated, you have roads which give signals, information, the basis of which cars will. So there was an article in The Economist. Where is Jan? Okay.
Not me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yes. On how, in fact, China is getting a lead in cities. By the way, it's not highways on that very concept. So this also applies to AXA. Now we are partnering with companies which are not just talking about corporate social responsibility as some communication last resort way to do some greenwashing, but which really perceive such a thing as an existential threat and opportunity, of which the managing director himself or herself is responsible. So, Bill, you are going, but we'll see you later. And we are the three chairs plus Stefania.
Grazie. Thank you.
The chairs of the chairs, because then we have chairs of the plenary and working group.
Capo di tutti di capi.
Exactly, especially you two, and Stefania in Paris. So, Bill, a little bit your impression / recap. You are very capable to manage your whatever you have to say in a very few minutes because we're running a little bit late.
Well, okay. Well, thank you, Francesco. I would just say, three things struck me about yesterday. One was, and congratulations to you and Vision, is the mixture of people that you've put together, of their different specialties, different expertise, different interests, different forms of engagement, obviously different countries. I think what's impressive and important about this conference is that blend, that combination of people, from scientists to economists to political people to historians, to even journalists. So that was one. Second, I think what impressed me and was important was the very practical focus of yesterday's discussions. As I said in the opening plenary, what's been important about climate is one, that it has moved from being a niche issue to becoming at the core of everybody's thinking, whichever form of life you're in. But second, that it must and has, I think, ceased to be seen as a religion, which you either believe in or you don't believe in, but rather a practical issue of problem solving, of making choices, of making trade-offs, of seeing costs and benefits of actions. And I think what was important in all the discussions yesterday was that very practical focus. And then the third, which perhaps is exemplified by being in a historic building like this one and with the history of Trento too, was the mixture between a sense of short-term issues, short-term dealing with the war in Ukraine, dealing with the energy crisis, dealing with issues of energy security, almost on a month-to-month basis, but actually thinking long-term and reconciling with the long-term need to set incentives, to think about investments, to think about regulatory structures, to think about how investors must think about it. So those were my three impressions that struck me as the strong themes of the conference. Very practical, very problem-solving, trying to bridge the short to the long term, and bringing together so many different expertise. None of us is right, but we can work things out together. Thank you, Francesco, for organizing.
No, thank you very much, Uncle. I sometimes call you. No, okay, you may have to always push vision, and we all not to little bit go beyond limits and improve, gradually what we are trying to do. So, Alexandra, you have been with us since conference on the future of Europe in Taormina. I won't ask you again a small recap of your history with vision, but to a little bit introduce what we are doing today with the plenary.
Yeah, thank you, Francesco, and I can only echo what Bill says. The richness of the debates yesterday has been immense, and I can just encourage everyone, also from the working groups, who still has some thoughts over maybe an interesting conversation over dinner, or some thoughts overnight, sleepless nights, maybe solving the world's problems, to also communicate that to the rapporteur of your group. And as a chair of one group, I just feel I would have loved to attend all the other groups. So I'm very, very much looking forward to sharing the results. And also what Francesco just said when we heard the introduction, disruptive innovation. I really encourage you in your respective groups also to think along these lines. What could be actually solutions? What could be things that, could be really disruptive? Maybe things, people haven't really thought about. And I mean, it's easy to say, like, well, we just have an hour here. How could we solve the world's problems? But maybe if you are encouraged by, someone from a different discipline, maybe you get ideas that you didn't have before. So maybe start thinking disruptively. It's not easy, I know, but that's the meaning of the conference, is really to come up with some really great solutions, and they could also be a little challenging, a little bit provocative maybe. So today we will go back to the working groups for a little bit, and then we will meet for 4 really interesting plenary sessions. I'm very much looking forward to myself to learn about the impact finance, give financial muscle to the transformation, measure less and better to designing the right incentives, which is about finance, obviously, the finance sector. Then the end of the fossil fueled cars, and allow me this personal note here. I was very much impressed by the disruptive transportation systems, because I wrote my doctoral dissertation on transportation and the environment in political science, which was almost 30 years ago, and then I felt like for 25 years nothing really happened, and the issues stayed the same. And with digitization, things have changed, and they haven't really used to the full potential, but the transportation sector hopefully will change quite a bit. So the end of fossil fuel cars, I'm really looking forward to that session also. And then we are talking about something that, we talked a little bit over dinner last night, in fact, the food that we had, and are we still allowed to eat meat or something, that is something that you feel, oh, I'm in a climate conference. My son, who's like a vegetarian, almost vegan, would say, like, how can you eat meat at the climate conference? So how can we transform the food sector, the agricultural sector? That is a challenging debate, and it makes for a lot of emissions also. And then last but not least for today, we will talk about climate journalism, which is my expertise, because I think communicating the climate challenge so that it really has an impact, that people feel encouraged to, rethink their practices, rethink their lifestyles maybe, or to elect politicians who support sustainable development. That is really key to many of our efforts. So the climate journalism session I'm looking forward to also discussing with experts, because I'm still working on a big report on that. So if you have ideas on successful, sustainable communication, climate communication, that'd be very appreciated, very welcome. Yeah. That's it for the day. That sounds like a full day that obviously will end with a dinner again and a movie screening. So hang in there. I'm really glad everyone made it back here into the room after last night. And yeah, we'll spend the full day together, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
We thank you so much, Alexandra. It is a lot of work, but people seem to even have fun, which is a miracle. No, but let me go a little bit in the mechanics and the names of what we will do today, also so that we clarify which is the output that we hope to have. So we will have the next plenary at 11 o'clock with Giovanna. We have Eric Bergloff connecting from China, and and many other people. So before the plenary session, Impact Finance, the working group will, the rapporteur and the students, the students of Master of Transformative Sustainability from Polimi and Bocconi will gather to write, to develop this pager on the quote-unquote conclusion of your working group. So just to make sure that everybody knows everybody else, it's the economic energy dilemma. Rapporteur is Roberta Benedetti, Laurent Emmott, and Giovanni Triaca. You can meet wherever you want, so you are 3 people. Of course, everybody else in your working group is very welcome to join you, including the introducer, for instance, Massimo, and chair, Alexandra, you were chairing that group. As far as the democracy question, it is Robert Tyler with Leo Siferri and Luca Salvetti. And the problem of globalization is Cecilia Gelfi, Mattia Massimino, and Matteo Smerlak. And for the cities, we have Gianluca. Gianluca, are you here? Are you still sleeping? Well, he's still sleeping. He had a long night yesterday, so I hope that he will materialize. Otherwise, Lisa and Olivia, you will do it. Well, let me also again recap briefly what kind of format are we looking for. It's maximum 2 pages, okay? Of which maximum 2/3 of a page will be on quote-unquote problem setting. Problem setting is, just to give you an example, is why is democracy relevant to climate change? And so, which are more specifically the question that we are asking. It's not just generic democracy. It is we are talking about democracy because we have a question to make younger generation to count more and also to avoid the effect, like for the democracy thing. So it's a little bit that kind of problem solving, identifying couple of rather precise questions, which is the problem that we want to solve. Also, I mean, if you really need to do it, you probably want also very, very briefly define what do we mean by democracy, which is rather, or climate change, in fact. But no, do not go into the definition of climate change because it's democracy is very. But you may be in the position of, in fact, for instance, clarifying whether we have or we do not have a dilemma between economy and energy, as Massimo Massimo Tavoni will rightly say. So this is the problem solving, and then the problem setting, and then the problem solving will be maximum 1.5 pager, And please try to be as quickly as possible on 3 to 5 ideas, not more than 5 ideas because it's impossible. And by idea, we mean something which is easy to understand, and specific. For instance, in the democracy working group yesterday, there was somebody saying that we should apply the pink quotas, so that women are represented in parliaments, or even to the age. Okay, so we should have prefixed quotas, of people of different ages. Okay, which, by the way, we do not have now at least in the Italian Parliament. It is an idea, no? It's about, well, you sort of on the basis of discussion also try to judge which ideas are really good enough, and then you also try to engineer the idea a little bit more to define the mechanics of the idea. And possibly even the feasibility, the political feasibility, the economic feasibility. Of course, you have 1 hour, and it's not like doing a PhD thesis for 4 years at the London School of Economics, but still, it's that is a little bit the logic. To say as an idea, we want all to be happier is not an idea, because I think that's almost well, it's not even that is for granted, but I think, enough people. Okay, let's go ahead.
That's the religion end of the
Okay, yeah. Okay. So this is what we're talking about, also things which are sort of a little bit provocative, No, so on cities, I would very much push people to say cities should have a formalized role in COP and in the European Union, as cities, So, okay, so this is the ideas. Having said that, then plenary session, we have as introducer Giovanna Melandri and as chair Jan Piotrowski. Again, Jan, you already are used to that after the plenary. If you want to write something, well, you are used to that 1 page, so that we can. No, that's no problem. You already have it. As far as the talking about highways. The end of fossil fuel cars, okay, which, by the way, was announced by all car makers. We will have an introduction from Jaroslav Pietras, and as a chair, we will have Joseph Hammond. By the way, you set a record in this conference, both Jaroslav and Joseph, because you both did twice as introducer, twice as chair. Jaroslav was twice the introducer, and Joseph was twice. So you just won an invitation to the next Dolomite conference, which will take place the 10th, 11th, and 12th of October next year. Congratulations. And okay. And this, by the way, applies also to Cliff, who was participants to 2 plenaries, which is also remarkable. You also won an invitation, but no, joking. Reinventing a zero-emission primary sector agri-food. We will have an introduction from. I do not quite. It's not quite clear to me whether it is Massimo Tagliavini or Francesco Tubiello. Probably you still have to do a joint presentation, but I do not see no view right here. But and then we have as a chair Camilla Cupelli, and then your session on climate journalism, Alexandra. And you will be with Charmini Perez, and from the Institute of New Economic Thinking, if I'm not, where is Charmini? Okay. And Alexandra, you will also present a few slides of a study of yours on how journalism is becoming or not becoming more capable, more sensitive to climate change. So I think this is it, and I think let's go to the working group. However, I must say something that I was about to forget. People who do not want to join the working group, to well, I think it will be also interesting to do such a thing, is to we provide tickets for the museum of the castle of Buon Consiglio here, and which is, I saw it last Sunday. It's a very interesting museum about the history of this Terra di Mezzo, land of in the middle between the German world and the Latin world. It's really very, very interesting. So I will see you all at 11 o'clock, and good work to all the groups on the working groups. Thank you very much.
final version of your reports by the end of the day, like late afternoon. It would be very useful for us because we need to put everything together. And the second thing is we are missing one of the receivers from yesterday that we gave you at the castle. So maybe one of you accidentally took it with him or her away from the castle. Maybe you have it with you, because we can't find one of them anywhere. So if you have it, please come to us. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, we are. Okay. So we are still waiting for. We have Giovanna already here.
Is Eric dialing in?
Hold on a second.
Eric.
Yeah, Eric should be in. Eric. Yeah, Eric should be with us. Barbara. Okay. Roberta. Okay, so these. Okay, so you will have to manage something like 7 people, including yourself. Piece of cake. Okay, good. Try to do 2 round tables, which will make probably 3 or 4 minutes for everybody. And Giovanna will introduce it. So good luck.
Thank you very much. Is everybody back from the coffee break? Can we start? Some stragglers coming in. Maybe we'll give them a couple of minutes, a minute, half a minute. Oh, here we go. We have Eric, who's dialing in. Excellent. So, welcome to this plenary session about impact finance and how to give financial muscle to the transformation to the energy transition. Now, this is obviously a critical subject because without resources, we're not really getting anywhere. And although there has been some mobilization of resources, both public and private, in recent years, and it has been accelerating, it is still nowhere near enough. Today, to try and propose ways to speed it up, because this is really meant to be very much a sort of solutions-oriented panel, we have a wonderful list of speakers. I will not introduce them because that will take too much time. They can introduce themselves the first time they speak. I think that'll probably be quickest. So I'm very much looking forward to this discussion and very much looking forward to some fresh, interesting and productive ideas. I think we'll start with an introduction by Giovanna.
Yes, thank you. Am I moving slides myself with this? Yes, okay. So thank you very much, and very happy to be with you all. This is a great panel. So we need to give impact muscles to transition and to climate finance. So what I'm going to do very briefly with this introduction is to bring you and with some evidence on how the impact ecosystem has been growing in the last years. By the way, I'm very happy that Cliff is on this panel with me because I'm going to be speaking a lot about the GSG, so then you're going to be helping me on that. The GSG is the Global Steering Group for Impact Development, which is one of the organizations that has been developing the ideas around impact finance. So very, very quickly, just to give you, now how am I doing this? No? Yeah, I knew I needed some help to do this. Maybe, I don't know, so can somebody do it from there? Here. Yes, here. It's this one, okay. I'm just going to go through these, and I'm leaving, obviously, this material to the conference. I'm just going very briefly through the nascent state of the impact ecosystem in the financial impact ecosystem, starting from 2013 with a G8 Social Impact Investing Task Force. But I'm just going to leave this as a base document. What I want to say is that a lot has happened. And if we see what has happened in terms of growth of impact investment, which I think is the important thing to underline, there has been a mobilization, a quite important mobilization of capital. Let me just stick on this slide for a second. And also I want to make sure that we all are on the same page. What we are talking about here is not ESG compliance investments, okay? So there is a difference, according to me, I think I can say us, but certainly to what my thought around this new asset class of investment is. ESG compliant investments now in the world is more or less around $40 trillion. And just to say it very bluntly and very provocatively, if all ESG $40 trillion were in fact impact investment, we wouldn't be in this room. And we wouldn't be in the house wouldn't be burning, the social injustice wouldn't be there. $40 trillion on a total cake of assets under management of more or less $140, $150 trillion, that obviously is a moving figure, is a big amount of money. So what the impact investment movement, and I really want to call it movement, is trying to do, is trying to push that number into the impact financial structure. What does that mean? It means that every single investment that we want to call impact finance and impact investment has to optimize 3 factors and not 2: risk, revenues, and impact. So the huge issue which opens to our discussion is how we measure it, but I'm coming there in 1 second. I want you to look at these figures, because when my organization, Human Foundation in Italy, or the GSG, more or less 10 years ago, started this work, we were really talking about less than $50 billion, okay, in terms of assets under management. Today, according to the Global Impact Investment Network, the GIN, we are around nearly $1.2 trillion. And I think, this is why I put that estimate as well, the IFC estimates that we, oh my God, sorry. You know what this is? I had this open because the new government is about to swear at the Quirinale, so I was sort of checking on that, but I'm closing this. Sorry. So there are other figures. For example, IFC estimates something around $2.3 trillion assets under management. Okay, so that is a figure in 10 years, more or less, even less than that. We've really made some interesting mobilization of capital. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. So I just want to very briefly, again, because I want to, concentrate on the house, but I think this is interesting to understand in which page we're talking. This is just a simple way to look at climate finance within the global development goals. And globally, again, the source is the GIN, is the Global Impact Investment Network. Impact investments target, so not ESG, but impact investments target climate action, affordable and clean energy, and economic growth and decent work in quite an important amount. And they also target, which is interesting, it's not on this slide, but I can add it to the slide. They also target life on Earth. I think it's goal 15, if I'm not, yes, it is goal 15, which means renaturalization, demineralization of cities, all that issue. I know some of the working groups yesterday have been discussing around this, okay? So, is this enough? No. Renewables? No, I'm still on that page. Renewables need to grow more than 3 times faster. This is the International Energy Agency, and we need to have 3 times faster in terms of impact investment on renewables. Yes, we need to, we all know this figure, so I'm not going to stay here. We need 3.7 trillion annual gap if we do want to reach those SDGs financing necessities. Okay, this is not only climate. Again, how are we interacting? How is the impact finance and the climate finance history interacting with the multilateral negotiations that started at Rio in '92? By the way, I was heading the Italian delegation to Rio '92, so you know how old I am now. Too old to, but I still have faith.
Child labor in the 1990s in Italy.
Yes. No, but let's go down to the last line, 2021, COP26. That's, we all know the story, but COP26 was really important for blending with the history of the impact finance paradigm. Because at COP26, new financial pledges were defined, and it paved the way to the ISSB. And this is where I really want to stop and say something more in depth. In terms of, here it is, no. Okay, here we are. In terms of how do we change the financial system, drive climate finance, what do we need to do? And I think that the hows and the what really have 2 major titles. One is impact transparency. Impact transparency needs international negotiations, and this is where we are. And there are different streams of these international negotiations I just want to touch on, and I hope the conversation can sort of go back to them. One is obviously the International Sustainability Standard Boards that was established by the IFRS. Obviously, what is behind this idea is, I think, clear for everyone in this room, but let me state it. I mean, capital markets are still regulated today by models of finance accounting, which were the effect and the result of a very harsh public debate after World War II. This is where we are still today. The house is burning, the transition is not just, and we are still using internationally those standards. So the financial accounting standards is a crucial and critical issue if we want to mobilize, accelerate this transition. So the first 2 proposals that have been published by the ISSB is a disclosure of sustainability-related finance information and a climate-related disclosures, which addresses strategy and decision-making, climate resilience, greenhouse emissions, and industry-based requirements. If this process is brought to the ground, I hope in the next weeks, I don't know, maybe Cliff is more informed around this process, I think this will be something very important as a change, as a game changer. Naturally, from 2012, when the first social impact investment task force of the G7 was established to today, many things have changed. And again here, I want to spend a word on Europe, because Europe has, now I'm contradicting myself slightly, because Europe has introduced, with the European taxonomy and with the effort to give a regulatory definition to ESG, so this is why I'm contradicting myself, because I was saying I'm not talking about ESG, but the interesting thing of the taxonomy is that it is leading ESG investment towards impact. You all know Article 7, 8, 9. If we are within the Article 9 framework, I hope I'm not talking too technical here, but it is very different if you have a finance allocation which is, ESG, do no harm structure, or if its intentionality is to generate energy, environmental and social impact. Okay. The other process, international process I want to touch on is the impact-weighted accounts. As GSG, as Global Steering Group for Impact Investment, we were very much involved in this, and I think this is a rather microeconomic exercise. It's not a macroeconomic exercise. It's on a corporation level. I think it's very interesting what has happened, and it's steered by Harvard University, the business school, by a very bright man called Georg Serafein. And the objective is to make financial accounts reflect a company's financial, social, environmental performance. And to be honest, as in my own personal history, I've been advocating for years, decades ago, for companies to have their, sustainability accounts, their social accounts, their environmental accounts. I think that time is finished. What we need to do, and I think this could be a proposition from this conference, I hope, is to work for integrated accounts. It is no use anymore to have financial accounts on one side and sustainability, social, environmental accounts. So the leaders of this market are looking at the impact-weighted accounts as a model. And obviously, finally, I do want to refer to impact management project. This is the kind of model, for example, that we use at Human Foundation to do impact evaluation of funds, of enterprises, of private and public sector, because impact management project defines the best practices for measuring and managing impact, providing the major dimensions. So what to do? Let me see. Okay. So we had a discussion already amongst this group of people, and some of these ideas are not mine, so I'm just stealing them from you just as titles so that I can facilitate the conversation. If we want to switch from the if to the how, the issue is what we can propose. For example, the G7 Impact Task Force, the second G7 Impact Task Force, there was one in 2012 where I had the honor to represent Italy. Now there's another one that has delivered and urges to mobilize institutional capital from the full range of private and quasi-public institutional actors. I think in Italy we have a very interesting occasion, that is the PNRR, and we need to really connect the PNRR to the impact evaluation schemes. So that's my first line there. Break down silos between climate first and social first strategies. This is an old issue, and strengthen the bottom-up and the local community voice to advance just transitions. I think on a local level there's a lot that can be done to channelize impact capital towards and with these models. And also, let's look at the tools. Again, just some titles for the conversation and for the discussion. There is a wide bucket, array of impact financial instruments. sustainability-linked bonds, all the tools connected to the structure of PBR, pay by result. I think that urges governments to step into the picture. Impact investments, I mean, has a father and a leadership in the Anglo-Saxon world. The father is Ronnie Cohen, as we all know, and the Anglo-Saxon world. But I think a lot of the discussions that have been growing within the Global Steering Group for Impact Investment and the steering group, which has grown a lot from 7 countries to, I don't know how many, Cliff, now, 38, 37 around the world, has really pushed the discussion around the structures of public-private blended finance. So I think that result-based finance, which is blended finance, has to be a strategic tool for giving muscles to the financial sort of increase to these sectors. Naturally, there are impact funds and equity and infrastructure. We had a very interesting discussion in the energy working group before. And for example, my idea on this is that if we, and I'm ending on this, if we want to really give muscles to this impact finance ecosystem and to reach mature
recording in progress.
A mature dimension of this new asset class, I think we need to understand that capital gains of an impact equity fund should be taxed in a different way, I would say less so than capital gains of a normal equity. So I think there's a huge issue in terms of taxes and fiscal incentives and structures. I just mentioned the Enel.
Sorry, Giovanna, can we start wrapping up a little bit? Because
yes,
I think we need
finished.
to...
2 points. I wanted to just mention the Enel sustainable linked bonds, because this is a concrete example of something that happened last year. It issued the first sustainable linked bonds, and it raised over 1.5 billion in renewable energy. I think this is a great result. And obviously there are other examples, green outcome funds, but I'm sure that Cliff and you all can describe some concrete example of what we mean by blended finance and by result-based finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting and gives us an excellent backdrop against which to start the discussion. I would like to actually turn to Cliff next. Giovanna showed us this incredible boom from admittedly a low base in impact investing. I don't want to go into definitions here because that will just take us off track a little bit. 1 or 2 trillion, depending on whom you ask. Great growth since 2010, still not enough. So are the factors that led to this incredible boom, can they still fuel the same growth in the coming years from the currently higher base to something resembling what we need? Or have we exhausted the sort of factors that have led to this growth and need to start looking at new ones?
Thank you. I think it's a really good question. Well, look, the starting point has to be a recognition that the financial sector is the most powerful tool that we have. And coming from the UK, we have been reminded of that. The financial sector overcame the government, and it's happened before to other governments. It will happen more as well. So that's the starting point. Are we going to get from the 1 trillion of impact investing to where it needs to be, with that 12.6 number, etc., etc. My guess is no. My guess is it's going to be a mix of the very intentional, managed, measured, reported impact investing, maybe getting from the 1 to the 2, maybe to the 3 trillion, but that we also need to work on ESG finance, much bigger, 36 trillion, some of which is just risk reduction for the company, some of which is more intentional, and that could be built up. So I think if we take both directions, we can get there. But I think we also need to recognize two other things. One is that there is never going to be enough government money for what we need on climate change. But equally, the investment world is not going to invest in very high-risk new areas without some government support. So those two things are really important, and unblocking. What are the mechanisms we can use to unblock this connection between governments and investors? We ought to stop having governments just do grant after grant after grant. That's not solving the problem. What we need is tools which appropriately mix the two. So, for example, catalytic capital, where you're testing a new field, and the C3, the Catalytic Capital Consortium, terrible with acronyms, is working on that now. It's working with example investments and also with research at the same time to try and identify what's the most effective use of catalytic capital. I know about this from home because we had one of the very first of those programs in the UK with women in safe homes, which was a really breakthrough approach. So there's the catalytic capital, then there's the blended finance, when you're actually saying, to get things started, you just have to put some grant in. Why do you have to put some grant in? Let's say on something like the just energy transition. Well, you've got the local investment risk, you've got the country investment risk, and you're doing a just energy transition for the first time. That's just too many risks. So initial work needs to have an element of grant to de-risk for the investments, and hopefully, if they work, you need less and less of that blended finance as you go along. So that's the kind of approach. And then you might use grant, you might use first loss, you might use guarantee schemes. There are plenty of different approaches. Creating domestic pools of capital in sub-Saharan African countries is also useful. If you can get that initial pool of capital, you can start bypassing some of the very antiquated approaches of development finance institutions and so on. Work on your own priorities. Work on the SMEs, the small, medium sized, that actually the banks are not very good on. So, and that's happening in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Zambia, as well as in developed countries, Portugal, Japan, South Korea, Canada, the UK, lots of examples of this. So we can spread that out. Results-based finance, Giovanna talked about. We have social outcome contracts, BNP Paribas very strong on that, NL on linked bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, Novartis on sustainability-linked funds. So again, tools that are very useful. We need to think that Islamic finance is a growing part of the world. So fortunately, there's some very strong developments moving from the previous yes or no sort of haram halal differentiation to a much broader view, very similar to the impact view, usually coming under the name of Tayyib, which I'm probably mispronounced. Apologies for anybody in the room. And then you'll have bespoke tools for particular areas of work. local grids or agri-tech for the global south, or biodiversity and soil reclamation and so on. So all of that together, I think you add it up and you haven't got a single solution, but you've got a really great armory of solutions.
Thank you for that, Cliff. That is really interesting and sort of gives you an idea of the various approaches that could hopefully be scaled up. Selina, I would like to turn to you now and ask you, as AXA as an institution which basically channels capital to certain uses. Do you see a bigger bottleneck at this stage? Because this will obviously, where the bottlenecks are will depend on the sort of solutions that are most adequate. Do you see the bigger bottleneck on the part of investors being not enough investors being interested in these projects, or there not being enough projects into which to put money? So on the investor side, when we talk about results-based, typically when you have some sort of a results-based finance, that means that the investor is getting a lower financial coupon from that investment in exchange for something else. So, you need, it's in effect, it's philanthropy inflected in a way. You're sacrificing a return in exchange for something else. And there are some people who are willing to do this, and there are lots of philanthropists in the world, but it sort of seems unlikely to scale to the sort of multi-trillion-dollar asset class that will draw in enough capital to ensure that the global transition actually happens. So where is the bigger problem? Is it on the side of there not being enough places to put the money, or there being not enough money?
There is a lot of question in your question. No, I think, first of all, there is a real interest from the financial sector in the impact investing. Yes, we need project carrier. If we are an enabler in the finance sector, so if we don't have governments or companies who are carrying the project, we have nothing in which we can invest. So that's of course the condition. So yes, we need projects, and at this stage, another point you raised, we look both at the environmental impact, the social impact, and of course the financial return. We don't sacrifice one to the other. No, it's not philanthropy, it's truly investment. At AXA, just to give you an idea, so we have set our first target of impact investing related to climate change in 2015. We start very little with 3 million, if I remember well, in 2015. Now AXA as an asset owner is at 26 billion. And as an asset manager, and that showed the interest of customers on impact investing, we are now at 35 billion of impact of green investment as an asset manager for our client. We serve our clients in this, and we have doubled these amounts since 2019. So that's where we stand. Of course, in this green investment target, what do we have? We have green bond, we have investment in infrastructure, renewable energy, green infrastructure, real estate. You all know, I think, in the room, the impact of the buildings on climate change. And we have a pure impact fund with based on nature, for nature-based solution, forest, and so on. So that's where we stand. But beyond the pure impact investing, I want to insist on 2 other levels to really have impact in our investment. The first level is the exclusion. We, at AXA, very early, and we are not alone in the financial sector, we were followed by a lot of other players. The exclusion are something also which is key, because when you exclude the more harmful activities from our portfolio, you reorient financial flow towards impact investing or corporate which are really committed into transition. So that's something I want to insist on. So at AXA, we divest from coal in
who buys those assets though? Aren't they? I mean, this is the big question. But to stop you there, you're offloading the asset to someone who might care a lot less. I mean, the reason they're buying it is that they care less. So is exclusion really the way to think about it?
Alors, exclusion is, you're right, it can be, when a financial player divests, other financial player can reinvest. But what was interesting in the exclusion we put is that we send a signal to the market, and finally, and that's also the power to develop this exclusion and this phase out into coalition, is that at the end it's all the financial sector which made the life of the coal industry, for instance, more difficult to find money. So that's something. You're right. We are not alone. It's an open market. Other investors can invest in this kind of activity, but when big players like AXA, like Allianz, like we are quite numerous now to do that in the coal industry, but also now for oil and gas industry, we send a signal to the market, and that's something which is also key to have impact. On the third lever, on which I want to insist on, because we talk today about pure impact investing, but to be frank, it remains kind of niche. And the real question for us is how we manage the transition of the main part of the portfolio, because we have to keep our investment diversified, and we invest in a lot of sectors. And that's where I agree with you. Exclusion are not a solution. We can exclude all the sectors and just invest in advertising when there is no CO2 footprint, very few CO2 footprint. So the question is how we are an enabler to transition what we call the real economy from brown to green, and for that we continue to invest in all sectors, but in each sectors we select the player with targets of decarbonization, with transition plan. So that's the way we act for our portfolio, and that's why we are committed to reduce the carbon footprint of our portfolio. At AXA, for AXA and AXA Investment Manager, and that's an interesting metrics, we can say that the warming potential of our portfolio is around 2.7 degrees. Alors, it's not aligned with the 1.5 trajectory, but it's less than the average of the financial sectors, which is above 3 degrees. So that's interesting to mention, and that's why we are committed to decrease the carbon footprint of our portfolio by selecting the best players with genuine transition plan in each sectors in which we invest. And a very last thing, we have also a tool we can use for that is what we call our shareholder engagement. We can, as shareholder, we can vote, we can engage with the company in which we invest, and we ask for more data, more disclosure, targets of decarbonization, genuine transition plan, to be sure that we will orient the financial flow in the right way.
Thank you. That again is it gives a sense that there is a lot of movement here and sort of going in the positive direction. Roberta, I wanted to ask you, since we're on the private sector side, how do you go about both mobilizing capital on the one hand and deploying capital, finding the projects into which to put capital? And is that getting easier, or is that getting more difficult as we're reaching this, this new phase of impact investing?
Sure. And maybe before I answer that, I just wanted to add a comment on the previous point about divestment. Because I think it's true that there are some trade-offs and that worse owners can come and buy certain assets, but actually I think divestment is very powerful when you look at lending or investing in bonds, for example, which are debt securities that need to be refinanced regularly, and so fresh capital is needed for those projects to be maintained. And so when institutions that sign up to groups like the G Funds, so the Net Zero Alliance from Glasgow, they actually have to divest and have to respect certain limits in terms of funding of new fossil projects, and I think that does affect cost of capital for some of these. So
there was some big American banks have just left that, but partly as a result, right? So
indeed, but it means it bites, right? It has teeth. So in terms of your question, finding projects and sort of getting people to invest in those projects. On the first side, finding projects, this is sort of what I do in my day-to-day with Just Climate. And I think finding projects is actually the easier thing to do from my perspective, because although finance has plenty of money and there's money in virtually all asset classes, if there is one place where there is a gap, is in financing those technologies that are just at the cusp of having proven their technological proposition, but actually not yet having deployed at scale. And there's a massive funding gap for those. The risk-reward rationale is there, the equation is there, but it does require a deeper understanding of the transition pathways to be in line with 1.5 degrees, and it does require sort of getting your hands dirty in diligence, in understanding the customers, the demand. So for now, it's a bit of a niche. But hopefully it's growing. Definitely many institutional investors are launching climate funds that move a bit further towards that area, but I think there's still much more to do and plenty more funding to specifically focus at this inflection point. So technologies like long duration energy storage, green steel, green cement, green hydrogen that exist, but either the costs need to be improved or the market fit or demand needs to be proven, etc. But it's obvious that we're going in that direction, and so there needs to be this worldview of believing that we're going for that transition. In terms of your other part of the questions on how do you get investors to actually wake up and change a little bit, I won't go into the challenges because here we've been asked to focus on solutions, so I won't go into the structural barriers of why ESG investors actually cannot suddenly wake up one day and become impact investors. There's limitations, there's fiduciary duty, there's incentives, there's asset classes definitions, there's alignment to certain indices that they have to follow. There's plenty of limitations. One idea that I've been involved in the past 1 year with an academic group called the Deep Transitions project focuses on transformative investments. So it tries to shift the focus from specific impact, so impact like social or ecological outcomes, to just transformation in itself. And the point of this is that we know, based on IPCC and all the global sort of biodiversity disaster reports, that we need deep system transformation in order to be in line with a sustainable and just world. We cannot just optimize it, we cannot just keep growing and pushing for just the marginal gain. We need to deeply transform the way we think about producing goods, consuming goods, distributing them, living our lives, sharing things, etc. So I co-chair this global investors panel group that is made up of from large institutional investors like pension funds from the US and Canada, to very forward-thinking family offices, to impact investors from the emerging markets. So very diverse group, and I think this notion of transformative investment can be applied across the different limitations that each investors have. And really try and shift the mindset of investors.
Can I just ask you a follow-up question on that? Because I don't quite understand what that means. It seems, I can understand what an outcome is, a company that reduces its carbon footprint by X%. What do you mean investing based on transformation? It seems very fuzzy.
Sure. No, and you're right, that it does require a little bit of reading in terms of academic theories that have been developed for a long time around how do systems change and how does deep system transition happen. And so this comes from history, studying how did the first industrial revolution happen and mass consumption.
So I mean, is it basically like, is it basically looking at inputs as opposed to outputs?
No, it's more looking at processes of change. So change happens typically when you shift multiple elements of a system. So you need to shift who are the players that act and that win in the system. So from sort of fostering niche actors to grow, to connect across sectors and sort of pushing those niches, and at the same time opening up regime actors to accepting change. And I think we had a beautiful example from Autostrada earlier of a regime actor that is opening up for change. You also need to shift market norms, behaviors, rules, regulation, perceptions of people. So you only have system change when you shift all of those elements in a similar direction. And the thing is that system change is happening at all times and anyways, irrespective of what every single individual can do. But if you invest with an awareness of what's happening and how your investment is contributed to that system dynamic, you actually can be more effective. And you can bring together, the public sphere, for example, public innovation agencies, regulators, in those collaboration, blended finance, and try and make that change.
So how do you measure success?
Okay.
Well, I mean, how can you tell that your money is actually doing what you want it to do in this context?
So first, there's a notion that system change is never so deterministic. So it's not because you did one thing that you achieved system change. What you can measure is that system change is happening. And you can measure it from before and after. And you measure it through these indicators of, for example, how niches have scaled, how players that they have certain market shares have shifted, how they connect with each other to groups, how standards develop. So it's a huge mindset shift from an investor perspective that is definitely not used at looking at this type of indicators, very much used to looking at other things. But I'm very excited about this, and I'm very optimistic because literally the group of people that we have and that is still on board after a year of monthly working groups and not sort of giving up on this makes me very excited. And so, yeah, just to put the plug that we're launching the investment philosophy for this on the 16th of November.
That is a really interesting. I would love to discuss it further, but we better move on. Barbara, I wanted to turn to you now. So one of the problems is sort of attracting enough people to these projects which yield sort of at or below market rates or market returns, especially in the context of rising global interest rates, which provide much higher returns than we are used to, or we have been used to in the past 20 years. Is there a role? What is the role for as a representative of a central bank? Is there a role for monetary policymakers to come in and try and direct more private capital through some means? So Giovanna mentioned, fiscal tools. Are there monetary tools that could or should, because maybe they could, but they shouldn't, could and should be used in order to try and channel more private resources into the energy transition? Or is this something that monetary authorities should not concern themselves with?
Well, short, yes, they should not be concerned. But as an economist, I give you the answer, yes, on the one hand, and on the other hand.
Give me a one-handed economist.
Yes, there is none, unfortunately. But there is two things that we need really to look in. Why do central banks look at the climate risks? And this is briefly the consequences of interest rates. You mentioned it. If R star, the natural interest, is going down further because of climate issues and problems, and countries are unable to lend at a certain rate, then, we have to interact. So this is one thing. On the other thing, I am a true believer that central banks should be totally independent, and they should not be involved in fiscal policy. So monetary policy and fiscal policy should be kept apart. And this is also good for those here of you who have been talking before, because you are, after all, supervised by the central banks. And you don't want to get involved in this triangle between politics, and monetary policy, and then you have to interact in between those two. And I think we have undergone a danger, or we have broken a dam in this on that front due to the prior economic shocks that we have undergone. And there, I think we should take a step back as central bank and look at the mandates. And if I look at the roadmap that the Euro system actually, or actually the ECB has gone, so we look at, it's interesting, we started the roadmap as of July 8th in the monetary policy strategy. In July 8th, 2021, and the roadmap only goes until 2024. So, I mean, this should actually tell us something as well. And then we look at the risks that are kind of protective, and then the chances that are proactive. And given, and I'm a true believer, that monetary policy, or actually central banks, should just look at the price stability, and now with the inflation rising, at least in the Eurozone, from 24% at highest as of the Baltic countries, and in France right now as of Monday with 6.8%, which is kind of low. We have huge issues. So we did not fix the price stability mandate, and on the other hand, we have to look at the markets, at the market stability, or keep the market stable. And then we are now looking into the third thing, which is investment into green finance, and have a task there. So what does monetary policy have to do on that front? What instruments do we have? So far, none. We're just discussing them. And on a side note, we were discussing taxonomy. You brought it up. Just in Europe, we have 3 different versions of taxonomy. Brussels version, Frankfurt version, and the Geneva UN version. So, I mean, I'm just stating facts here. I'm not discussing anything else. So this is one thing. The second thing is, how much do climate risks how do they involve, or are they involved in our day-to-day policy in Frankfurt or in other central banks? Not at all so far. And then how do we add the supervision problem, or how do we involve that? I mean, and then finally, what about asset allocation? This was what you mentioned. And then we have the policy tools, and I'm just reading that. I have to go through that because this is just something that you as actors on this front need to know. So we look at the forecasts, and especially at how will CO2 pricing change the tools. Second, the macroeconomic scenarios, of which we all know the models do not work, because otherwise we would have foreseen and would have known that inflation would spark. I mean, we knew it, but we didn't want to react to that. Then the statistical data, and here we have to look into green indicators, financial tools, and also the risks that we are calculating, that you were mentioning before. Then market neutrality versus market efficiency. This is also a mandate that we need to keep stable. Then disclosure rules, the authorization and the purchasing assets programs. Finally, the risks with regards to credit rating. And there we are nowhere, anywhere near to what we look. And then lastly, the corporate sector purchasing programs. So this is the roadmap that the European Central Bank has rolled out until 2024, and now we may ask where do we stand, and I think there is one issue that we also need to keep in mind, that climate policy definitely is now in the hands of governments and parliaments mostly, whereas the mandates of the central banks are different ones. So I could lean back and answer your question. Yes, we should not intervene, but we have to take into consideration interest rates and how they are affected.
So can I ask you specifically on disclosures, because disclosures came up a couple of times in the conversation, and obviously they come up very often in this context. should central banks be, or you know, market regulators? I mean, obviously, like the SEC in America, sometimes the job is combined at a central bank. Sometimes you have separate agencies. So should market regulators or monetary authorities be making such climate or impact disclosures mandatory, or is it too early, or is it dangerous for some reason, you know, and unwarranted?
I'm a believer in markets and markets work, and you provide the regulatory framework and then let the markets, let the investors there do their job. You can create incentives, you know, as were discussed before. That would be, I think, enough.
But as in, so you don't think that disclosures are necessary? Like, as in, sorry, mandatory disclosures are necessary?
I think you would disturb the market if you do that.
I mean, isn't that the point? You want to be disturbing the market.
But that is not the task of a central bank.
Okay. I'm sure we'll have questions later in the session, so maybe we can come back to this. This is also a very, very interesting subject. Eric, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the role of development banks as multilateral lending institutions in providing the sort of, you know, underwriting of risk that we talked about earlier, that the private sector needs in order to go full bore on some of these investments. And you know, and the AIIB specifically has, you know, has an awful lot of capital to deploy, which could then be, you know, provide a sort of a lever to mobilize even more private capital. So I would just like to get your sense of how far along we are on that front, and what you see the potential, and what the tools are in order to ensure that that potential is realized.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for including me in this panel. And I feel a bit uncomfortable, sort of hovering behind the scene here, or over you on the screen. But you know, it's been a very interesting discussion, and I think we are sort of all part of a sort of larger ecosystem trying to do our part in promoting impact finance. So, you know, so my main role is, of course, to try to think about the emerging and developing countries. So I come from a development bank that is also dominated by emerging and developing countries. So it's you know, particularly concerned for us. And you know, Giovanna said at the beginning something about, you know, the ESG and the amount of money that is sort of classified as ESG and so on, and that there's a lot of air in that, and I could very much agree with that. And then particularly it's very hollow, and very little has gone to the emerging world, and there are indeed, you know, very you know, a lot of built-in how should I say, discriminating elements into these markets, and we you know, some of it is very understandable, because you know, a lot of these standards that we are talking about are difficult to live up to, and it's more difficult for emerging and developing countries to do so, and they need support to do it. But also what we should understand is that, you know, very little of this is truly additional. You know, it's a lot of this about reclassification and has not really added, and had, you know, it hasn't really changed the purpose of the investment as such. So this is, you know, where I think multilateral development banks come in. So you know, we are very much think of ourselves as impact investors, and we you know, you know, what we can really do is that we spend a lot of resources, and we are committed by our constitutions or the articles establishing us as institutions to spend a lot of resources on verifying particularly these ESG elements. And you know, even in a small institution like the one where I'm now, in terms of numbers of people, we have a very large relative to the overall size of the institution group that spends all their time verifying ESG in elements of investments. And I can tell you that none of the rating agencies or institutions involved in classifying instruments do anything remotely similar to what the MDBs do. So I think that is an incredibly important function that the MDBs play in the system to try to really start sorting out and clearing up this mess that we have around ESG, because you know it's not sustainable, and we need to get to a place where you have much more confidence about it. And ultimately, it's also about, you know, all these countries that are now making investments in the emerging and developing world. You know, they should get some credit. There are investors out there, you know, in the global system that are looking for opportunities to invest in ESG. And you know, if these countries are making investments, they should benefit from those you know, those premium that they are being they can get from making this investment. And the role of MDBs is really to try to facilitate that process. And I think there is a very specific movement now that I really want to mention. I think it's very promising, is to look at performance-linked instruments that, you know, where, you know, what a country does in terms of climate, in terms of nature, and so on, can really affect the conditions of lending. And that can be a very important way to deal with some of the issues that we are facing now post-COVID, with a huge debt mountain and you know, a lot of issues for many countries to deal with that. So I think that whole ecosystem of that we are all part of needs the MDBs in a big way. I was going to say just a few words specifically about climate and Paris alignment. I know we are running towards the end, but I also want to say that as an example of how this works, because you know, we all talk about being Paris aligned, and you know, this is something that the MDBs take very seriously, and I've been quite frustrated myself to not being able to really fully claim that the individual institutions that I've been working with or were Paris aligned, and it's not until I really penetrated and understood, you know, the work that goes into the Paris alignment, and you know, the work that's involved in getting data, you know, from the countries that have signed these you know, Paris agreements. Huge information and data gaps in individual countries. You know, as we know, these nationally determined contributions are not consistent fully with the Paris agreements, and there are these various plans and climate resilient pathways are not all countries have developed them. You know, there are a lot of issues around interpreting what they have said and so on. So all those things have to be analyzed in great detail before we can say whether a particular investment is Paris aligned or not. And that is, you know, that work to establishing that methodology has taken you know, more than a year or a couple of years, and not all institutions have done this yet. And we have committed, for example, and we are sort of the middle of the pack, I would say, by July 23 to have this done. And the big outstanding issue, and that's where I wanted to end my remarks, is the financial sector, because that's where, you know, our challenge there is that, you know, we cannot go out and check every single investment that a financial institution have done. So we have to build, you know, work with financial institutions, build the confidence and build the trust, and establish, you know, various ways in which we can really trust that what a financial institution that we are using as an intermediary to reach, for example, small and medium-sized enterprises or women or whatever we are trying to use financial intermediaries for, or renewables, or what, energy efficiency. I mean, the financial sector is a fantastic tool for us to scale up what we are doing. But of course, what's critical there is that we know that they're actually doing what they're saying they are doing. And that's where we have to develop principles and that we do. And a lot of that is about, working with an individual financial institution, making sure that we understand exactly what is the framework they are applying. And doing this in advanced countries may be, one thing, but, we are trying to do this in emerging and developing countries. And also, as I can say, doing it here, for example, in China, this is, we don't do a lot of, or at least have historically not done very much in China or with Chinese institutions. But, if you could do it with a Chinese institution, the impact of that you can imagine, both in China and globally, if you can get a Chinese institution, for example, one of these large development banks like the China Exim Bank that we signed an agreement with a couple of days ago, that they commit to impose an ESG framework that we feel confident that they can, that we can guarantee that we, that you can imagine how that can ripple through the system and cascade out to really have an enormous impact. So I think other MDBs are working in the same way, and I think that's can be a very important way of cleaning up some of this system and getting true Paris alignment throughout the system. So maybe I'll stop there, and then I'll be very happy to answer questions.
I have one follow-up question. So a lot of the investment goes into sort of large infrastructure, roads, power plants, ports, etc. A lot of that these days, it seems, is actually insufficiently appealing to the private sector, not to require sort of any public subsidy or support or prompt of the sort that multilateral development banks can offer. I mean, when you look at what's going on in India, we have a big story this week about this massive push for green the green transition in India, which is led completely by the private sector, basically by three companies: the Adani Group, Tata Group, and Reliance. So, once you have enough private interest in what used to be a hard sell and no longer is, what is the next frontier for multilateral lenders which have a different mandate than private investors who do primarily want to make a return on their investment that is, market or above market? So once these large chunks of the energy transition are already being catered to by the private sector, where should the MBDs be looking next?
Yeah, I think this is a very important question and thing that we think about all the time. So India is a very good example. India is by far our largest client, and you're exactly right that if you look at the renewables, I think you have to be very careful there. I think if you talk about the net zero transition as a whole, I think the private sector is actually not so involved in India as you gave the impression. It's on renewables that they have.
It's renewables and hydrogen are the two things that they.
Yeah, exactly. So they are, that's indeed completely and by design. So the government has stayed out of that, and I think it's actually by several countries in Asia, it's like that, and China is different, but even there, by the way, the private sector has played a very important role, but they also have tasked some of the state-owned companies. But of course, the net zero transition in India is this is a small part of that, or it's a very important part. I'm not saying that at all, but of course, the big part is to phase out the fossil fuel element, and that is, I think, there's a lot of work to be done there to get, that's where also a lot of the state-owned industries are in that space. but there's also a lot of other things that needs to happen in terms of, you know, coordination around electric vehicles and so on. Some of those elements can happen by individual private players, but there's also often a need to coordinate these activities. You need to have, you know, by the way, these private sector activities, they rely a lot on you know, regulatory frameworks that needs to be consistent over time. We have seen, you know, many countries how these things change and undermine, you know, the private sector's involvement, and sometimes get captured by specific private sector players and so on. So that, you know, there's a role for government, and sometimes MDBs can come in and help provide credibility to these, say, for example, having you know, tariffs, you know, promising those who produce renewables tariffs to certain tariffs to when they deliver to the network and so on. So there are many things that I think we can help, you know, make sure that the private sector get the right conditions to contribute. But of course, then we are also very interested in being involved in supporting green hydrogen. I think that is you know, sectors that's, you know, an area that is still, you know, very uncertain, you know, how it's going to evolve, and the scaling up also some of the technologies it's going to need, probably the private sector cannot do on its own. It's going to need public support. You know, one thing about the AIB, unlike many of the other development, we don't have a lot of what we call the concessional finance. So we don't have, we really have to work on sort of market conditions. So what we can offer is, you know, we can borrow at cheaply, so we can have a little bit lower interest maybe than regular financial institutions. But really what we compete mostly on is our ability to credibly offer ESG, to maybe help manage some political risks around investments and so on. We are not really competing with price. So this is, I think, also something that is important to understand about the MDBs.
Thank you very much. And we are sadly running out of time because there's a lot of very interesting people on this panel. And the last very interesting person who hasn't spoken is Matteo. So we have mentioned that the public sector just does not have enough money to do this all by itself. But it has some money, and you think that it could have more money if it did less of some other things.
Thank you, Jan. Yeah, that's exactly right. There is a sector that we don't necessarily think about when we think about impact investing and the green transition, but it's the elephant in the room, and it's military spending. So this is what I'm here to talk about. A concrete proposal that was backed by a bunch of people, including 50 Nobel laureates. And before I tell you what the exact proposal is, I would like you to think back of 2020, which, as we know, turned to shit. That year, the economy shrank by 3%. 100 million people were thrown back into poverty due to the COVID crisis. Over 100 people were directly impacted by climate events. That year, we couldn't find the 100 billion in climate finance that rich countries are committed to giving or lending to developing countries. And that same year, which was so bad in every way, we still globally increased military spending by 2.6%. And this is 2020, so this is before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is not just 2020, it's been a long trend. Since the year 2000, world military spending has doubled in real terms after correcting for inflation. And so there is now every year an extra $1 trillion that is being spent on the military globally. And we should ask ourselves, how much is that really, and what are the gains for it? It's a very high cost. I say it's a very high cost because if you put it in perspective, that extra trillion compared to the 2000 baseline is 10 times climate finance right there. It's also the cost for the capital expenditure to add 2 terawatts of solar energy to the global grid, which is more than 10% of the total human consumption of electricity every year. So it's a large number from that perspective. It's a high cost, and the benefit is zero. We have not increased security, absolutely not, since the year 2000. Clearly, security is the same or perhaps worse. So the gain in securities aren't there. The economic growth that could perhaps spill over from military spending also isn't there. There are studies that show that military spending has very little impact on economic growth. It's not good jobs. If you look at the number of people that are directly or indirectly employed by that industry, it hasn't increased since the year 2000. And so there is really very little to show for that extra $1 trillion, which is every year, which is a large number. So I think we should pause here and ask ourselves, why is that? Why are we in this arms race again? And so there are several factors. One of which will come to mind, obviously, and that's the power of the military-industrial sector and its lobbying strength. In the United States, which is obviously the biggest spender, there are more lobbyists from the top 5 military contractors than there are representatives and senators, full-time, right? So it gives you an idea of one aspect of the problem. But there is another aspect of the problem which is much more intrinsic and structural. And it's that an arms race is really a coordination problem. You have had campaigns over the years that ask individual governments to go and reduce their spending, but of course, if I'm the head of a state, as much as I would want to reduce military spending for other purposes, I look at the international stage and what I see as other actors, some of which are adversaries, and I do not and cannot I do not want to pay a security cost by reducing my spending when others aren't doing it. In fact, I might be tempted to increase my security position by growing my spending. Problem is, of course, is that the adversary sees this and does the same. And in the end, we're all spending more, wasting more of our resources to no gain. So it's a security dilemma, something like the prisoner's dilemma. And the way out of such dilemmas is through coordination. And so the proposal that we put forward is to get countries now to negotiate military spending, do it in an international venue, and aim for a coordinated reduction, perhaps of 2% per year. And if countries were to agree to reduce their military spending together, there wouldn't be any change in the balance of power. But in just 5 years, over $1 trillion would be saved. $1.3 trillion would be saved in this way. The proposal is that half of these spendings should be used discretionarily by governments. They should do whatever they want with it. They should perhaps just give it away to the military-industrial sector if that's the best. But the other half should be allocated to a global fund to fight climate change and other global emergencies. There are global funds in place already, but their scale is very, very small. They've had some impact in the sort of global health sector. The so-called Global Fund against malaria, TB, and AIDS has disbursed about 20 billion euros or dollars since it was created a decade ago, and they claim 44 million lives saved with just 20 billion. And there are other that are more directly focused on climate issues. But again, the scale integrated over time is about 10, 20, 30 billion euros. And so that's about 2% of the global peace dividend that would be saved if countries were to negotiate and reduce their military spending. So this is the proposal that we are putting on the table. As I said, many people have said that they endorse this idea, including lots of prestigious names. The next step now is to get countries to begin a cycle of negotiations that would link these two separate, superficially separate issues of climate funding, climate finance from the public side, and military spending. The point is that extra trillion, that global peace dividend, would come at no cost to any country. If we manage to coordinate, it's not extra spending from the sort of budget perspective of governments. It's just free. And it's so impactful. So that is the proposal that I'm putting on the table. And I'm very happy, of course, to hear any kind of feedback or suggestions you would have.
So I just have one very practical question, and that is, how plausible is it, given everything that's going on in the world and has gone on since February 24th?
That's right. So it's of course, a very good question. This is a process that will have to come from the periphery. And there are other examples of sort of major change that has come from the periphery. I'm thinking of examples such as the international campaign to ban landmines, the international campaign against nuclear weapons, which have achieved the status of international law, working from the periphery. Right now, if you're thinking of continental Europe, there is too much fear. And so it's difficult, I think, for governments to engage in this process, but there are other places in the world where the geopolitics is different. I'm thinking, for instance, of Latin America. And some countries have already expressed some interest in working with us. Going forward, the geopolitical situation will change. In Europe, our sort of lunatic in Moscow is not going to stay in power forever, and things are going to change. And by then, the pressure to act on the climate is only going to increase. And so, at some point, this have to break, right? So, climate change is going to get worse. Sort of civil society, young generations, and I keep asking for action. And there will be a point where governments will have to ask themselves, we really have to find money for this now. Where can we find it? And if there is a global environment with a bunch of states that are already on board and working on an international agreement, it might help catalyze a global solution.
Or you should just call it planetary defense. Anyway, I think we've run out of time. In fact, we probably ran out of time 10 minutes ago, but it's still not lunchtime. Hopefully you will make it to lunch in time. I would like to thank the panelists. We will have time to discuss all this in the couloirs over the next day and a half. So thank you so much for your interventions. Thank you, Eric, for joining us remotely. And thank you all for listening so intently. Please do come and pester, accost, assail all the speakers, myself included. Eric, you're off the hook, lucky man.
Yeah, thanks.
But we're very, very happy to hear your thoughts throughout the next 2 days. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panel.
Can you hear me? All right, welcome back from lunch, where we're going to have a very exciting panel on the end of the fossil fuel cars as a cornerstone of industrial civilization, with a focus on electricity, hydrogen, sharing, and self-driving, or as one of my childhood books put it, cars, trucks, and things that go. We are going to have, we added, as you can see, on this transportation themed panel, we've added some additional passengers, and I'll give them an opportunity to briefly introduce themselves. But first, I'm going to briefly turn it over to Jaroslav Pietras, who's a visiting research scholar from the Wilfrid Martens Center, for his opening remarks. We're going to try to keep this interactive. We're going to have some polling. We're going to have a video, and hopefully time for question and answers. But Mr. Pietras, you have the floor.
Yes, hello. First, just to introduce myself, I'm a visiting scholar at Martens Centers, but I have a career that links three things, which is university. I was university teacher, then the government. I was dealing with international negotiations, and then European institutions, where I was dealing with council. It means ministers responsible for various European decisions, including ministers of transport. So I have been following transport and environment and climate ministers' discussions over the last 15 years, and I could see how difficult it was for them to discuss and to put answers to the questions. That allows me to say a few words as introduction to these panels, because I think we are making a kind of a shortcut or abbreviation of the problem. Because problem is on fuel-powered cars, but de facto we should talk about the decarbonization of mobility. And it is a much wider topic. It's much more comprehensive, because it includes not only cars, but it includes infrastructure. One has to look at everything. And we've got obviously development in nearly every field. We've got developments in traction, how these trucks, cars, planes are being powered. We've got development in different areas of transport, different modes of transport, road transport, rail transport, sea-borne transport, air transport, and so on. And we've got a new developments which may become a future. And therefore we have to look what people want to do. If we think, for example, in terms of drone taxis, it means that probably we will need a lot of energy for such taxis in the future. So it's not about reducing energy, but to finding a way how it could be carbon low or neutral. The first question that I would put is why people want to travel? Why we need the transport? I mean, whether we could reduce a bit. And they travel to work, they travel for daily problems, routine, you know, to school, to banks, to administration. They also, there's a transport needed for industry, for transportation of goods, and also for leisure. I mean, there are various reasons. So it is a question whether we could change and whether we should not start to change from a consumer behavior, whether it's something that should be done here. People want to travel, and they will travel, and they want to travel more quickly. So should we find a ways to provide them with a quick, reliable, far-reaching transport, which is also carbon neutral? So it's a question about people's behavior. And secondly, I think that we have to have a more comprehensive view. It's not just fossil fuel cars versus electric. It's much more technologically much more wide spectrum of things. So we have to look at all the technologies. And also when we look at carbon neutrality, we have to look how things are being built. What kind of infrastructure you need? How much carbon is being released when you build infrastructure, when you build those that are using this infrastructure. Then we have got also impact on other sectors. what you do in transport has got an impact on other sectors. If you change flights, suddenly it may appear that in countries that were relying on tourism, there are much less tourism. So there's an impact of that. If we want to buy only locally produced goods, we will not help development of countries which are far away, which deliver goods, and so on. So it is something that has to be taken into account, that there are some spillovers. And the final issue is a question of Eurocentrism. We look at things very often from a Eurocentric point of view, which means we see this mobility here as being even excessive. But when you go to Africa and you see that there was no railway in the country, then you might think, well, maybe airport is something that will help to develop this country because it will bring connectivity. So it's a question of Eurocentric view. And finally, the final issue is a question of if we are going to decarbonize our transport, what happens to cars that we have? Are they disposed they are totally eliminated, or they go south, or they go east, and they still are there. So we have to think in terms of the kind of a carbon leakage that is being created here. These are doubts, and my role is to put some questions and doubts, and the role of the panel is to answer them.
Well, thank you so much for those opening remarks. And before we buckle up and hear from our panelists, I have some questions I want to pose to the audience right away, and it's a form of a poll. All right, the topic here, generally speaking, is mobility. And by a show of hands, how many of you think that globally we are currently headed in the right direction on this topic? Do you think that we are globally going in the right direction? Okay, wow. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry, yeah. Keep the hands up. Sorry, you guys are just slow there. Okay, it's after lunch, I know. Okay, so some people think we're headed in the right direction. All right, now I want everyone to put their hands up if you have ever in your life, owned a car, just owned a car, all right? If you ever owned a car, all right? Keep your hands up, if you still own a car or you own a car now, that doesn't have to have been continuous. And then keep your hands up if you plan to own a car in the future. Okay, so with that, we'll turn it over back to our panel. Mr. Carlo Costa, go ahead. What do you think about the enthusiasm for vehicles in this room? Good for business, yeah.
Beh, grazie. Buongiorno a tutti. Beh, penso che il mondo della mobilità sia l'unico mondo ad oggi non regolato, e questo è l'argomento per me più interessante. Dico sempre che ormai siamo arrivati alla condizione per cui qualunque tipo di attività, anche in ambiti diversi, ci consente di prevedere quale potrà essere l'evoluzione, lo svolgimento dell'attività a cui ci avviciniamo. Noi oggi andiamo al cinema e siamo in grado con un'app di determinare in che posto vogliamo stare della sala e quando abbiamo uno slot libero e quando no, per non parlare di altre forme di mobilità che invece ormai da decenni sono regolate in questo modo. Nessuno di noi penserà mai di prendere il treno senza immaginare di sapere a che ora esattamente partirà, salvo ritardi ovviamente, quanti posti liberi ci sono e quando arriverà. Noi invece prendiamo le macchine, si muovono i camion senza nessun tipo di regolazione, quindi ognuno si muove in maniera assolutamente individuale, con sistemi che oggi consentono in maniera semplice di regolare il rapporto fra i singoli veicoli o con l'infrastruttura. Ciò nonostante, tutti noi prendiamo la macchina, ci avviciniamo alla strada, all'autostrada, e ci vogliamo entrare in un qualunque momento, passando dei lunghi periodi in coda perché non esiste connessione fra i veicoli, fra loro e fra l'infrastruttura. Ovviamente questo ha portato nel tempo a immaginare di confrontare la mobilità individuale con quella collettiva, e quindi ci hanno raccontato per tanto tempo che su lunghe percorrenze è da privilegiare forme di mobilità collettiva, il treno, l'aereo, e su breve percorrenza invece sono più interessanti gli automobili. Siamo alle soglie di una trasformazione straordinaria, perché appena appena si comincerà anche nella maniera più semplice a rendere collegati gli spostamenti di un mezzo con un altro, a poter avere un'idea di quello che è lo stato dell'occupazione di una strada a qualche chilometro di distanza. Questo tipo di confronto sparirà, e quindi io credo che dire oggi, se domani immaginiamo alzare la mano per sapere se domani avremo una macchina oppure no, sia riduttivo, perché nel momento in cui le macchine dialogheranno fra di loro, dialogheranno con l'infrastruttura, avremo una modalità assolutamente più così ordinata, che avrà benefici non solo nell'occupazione della strada e nell'aspetto ambientale, ma avrà soprattutto, creerà una modifica nell'organizzazione di tante cose, comprese le città, perché oggi abbiamo città che sono organizzate in funzione della disponibilità di parcheggi, ma abbiamo dei momenti in cui alcune zone della città sono sature e altre sono vuote, e quindi credo che veramente, come è capitato in altri ambiti diversi da quello della mobilità, la digitalizzazione della mobilità cambierà assolutamente questo paradigma, e tutti noi avremo un rapporto rispetto alla mobilità diversa. Penso che cambierà la vita di tutti noi, quindi dire se oggi avremo una macchina oppure no, credo che non sia la domanda idonea, con tutto il rispetto, perché avremo una macchina probabilmente non utilizzata in maniera esclusiva, avremo una macchina che funzionerà nel rapporto con le altre macchine, e si passerà da un protagonismo di chi guida la macchina, che è un protagonismo sbagliato, perché è un protagonismo che lascia nella disponibilità del singolo il fatto che abbiamo oggi sull'autostrada, parliamo di autostrada perché io sono il direttore di quell'autostrada, oggi, una giornata come oggi, transiteranno in un giorno 60.000 veicoli, sì, circa un 30% saranno mezzi pesanti. Sono 60.000 persone che guidano un veicolo in maniera assolutamente caotica e casuale. Ci sono persone che sono più capaci, persone più anziane, persone stanche, e questo dà il senso di come funziona la mobilità. Il treno, io non sono un fautore della ferrovia, perché nasco nel mondo della mobilità stradale, non di quella ferroviaria, però uno sale su un treno, c'è un unico soggetto che lo guida, c'è un rapporto con l'infrastruttura, i singoli treni dialogano con gli altri treni, e tutto è regolato, e la capacità della strada e delle ferrovie sono diverse per questo, perché uno è un mondo caotico e l'altro è un mondo organizzato. Quindi credo che in futuro, non passerà tanto tempo, forse 10 anni, questo tipo di organizzazione produrrà una modifica delle abitudini di tutti noi, e quindi questo credo che sarà il futuro della mobilità. Grazie.
Well, I do hope that is, oh good. Okay, thank you so much for those remarks. I think that your organization is very lucky to have you behind the wheel, so to speak, with such a great vision toward the future. Keeping the focus a little bit on private sector entities operating on this, we'll next hear, if you're driving, and it seems like most people here are, insurance is always part of the question. So we'll hear from Sherry Wilbank, who is AXA's head of group risk, and is visiting us from New York.
Thank you. So Thank you. Sorry about that. There were a lot of points made by our first two speakers that I can really relate to. Certainly this idea of looking at the entire ecosystem around mobility is one of them, and the mention about insurance. So if you think about the entire ecosystem related to mobility, and I'll just focus on people moving around for the sake of argument. Insurance is involved from the beginning, concept, manufacturing, production, on the road, and then of course, as you said, in most countries, it's if you do own a vehicle, it's compulsory to have insurance. So we've been there all along every step of the way. And I also appreciate the point about thinking in terms of what is the purpose of the mobility and why are people needing to move. And for me, a good example of a country that's done a good job of of analyzing that and thinking about that for mobility for their people is Singapore, a small city-state. And they have initiatives where they want to promote mobility for their aging population. They want safety on the roads, and certainly environmental aspects are also part of what they look at. And the Land Transport Authority there has been for a number of years looking to address several of these issues in different mobility ways. One of them has been the advent of supporting ride-sharing platforms. Many cities did not like the introduction of ride-sharing platforms. They actually promoted it, and there's a startup called Grab that is started out of Singapore and has been quite successful. The other is they're pushing hard to get autonomous vehicles on the road. And they're starting with autonomous buses, and that's part of trying to address this issue for their aging population. And they try and cut down on congestion by limiting the number of vehicles that can get licenses and operate, but they recognize that a lot of times those vehicles drive people to the office, they sit there all day, they drive people home. And so they see that a waste of that vehicle's time, and that it's, could be used throughout the day, within a family and kind of supporting transport. And so they're thinking they've got a mission around mobility for their people, and they're trying to address these issues with different strategies. And so I think the question on how mobility is going to look will vary. It will vary about what's the purpose of the mobility, and there might be some different answers to that question depending on what it's for and where in the world it's happening, and for different reasons.
Thank you so much for that. Let's now get some remarks from some people that have had more experience on the government side of these questions. Mr. Gio Ghezzi, the president of the Azienda Trasporti Milanese. Love to hear. We'd love to hear you. Oh, not here with us. All right. Let's hear from then another individual from the government sector who has at least consulted with governments on these issues. Andrea Tilic, perhaps you could give us your insights on where we are headed in terms of vehicles in the future.
Well, I introduce myself briefly.
Please.
I've been working at the European Commission for many years in the research side. I was in charge of climate change research. And then after retirement, I recently was requested by the Ministry of Transport in Italy is the Ministry of Infrastructure and Mobility, to help and to work together with a group of experts that have already issued 3 reports in the last 6 months. One about the impact of climate change on infrastructure and how to address the problem of adaptation to climate change for the infrastructure and the mobility sector. The second one about the means of transport and how to decarbonize the means of transport. And the third one about the cities, and that came out 2 days ago. And now in this discussion, I guess that we may share the problem in different parts, because for sure the overall goal is to arrive to a sustainable system. And what sustainable system means is a combination of very many different things. It's a combination of means of transport that do not emit, do not create pollution and do not emit greenhouse gases. Second point, to have less means of transport in the roads in order to reduce congestion, to make livable our cities and so on. Then to make the system more efficient and so to arrive to satisfy the needs of transport for goods and people with in the best way. And then there are other goals that may be discussed as well. However, the sum of these is a complex situation. And if you combine this with the need of changing the energy system, you arrive to a picture that, in our opinion, cannot be driven by, it has to come out from design. It cannot be a bottom-up construction. It has to start from the energy that will move everything. And if we start from there, then we have to take decisions that are consequent with that. In our report, for instance, on the decarbonization of transport means, we have analyzed the problems of how to replace fossil fuels with other kind of sources of energy. Electricity, biofuels, synthetic fuels, and etc., and hydrogen, and so on. But of course, you have to look, if you start looking at that, you have to look for every solution to what are the systemic problems that this implies. And you have always to enlarge the view. Let's take, for instance, biofuels. Biofuels are limited because the sources for producing biofuels are not so extended. And for which application, there are applications that biofuels can be the best solution. And looking at many different things, also looking outside the transport sector, but maybe outside the transport sector. But then inside the transport sector, for instance, ships, airplanes, are those which are more difficult to decarbonize, and for which a replacement of a vector, of an energy vector, is more complex. And then, if we have to decide, for instance, let's go for giving the biofuels that, and they will not be enough, by the way, in order to cover that. And so on. But if you do this kind of analysis, then you arrive to make some considerations that what is frequently called technological neutrality is not an issue, because every choice makes different outputs and therefore are not equal. There is no neutrality. If you decide to go for using hydrogen for cars, for passenger cars, you have to be aware that in order to produce the hydrogen, so your efficiency in terms of energy, and you have to derive energy from the same source, which are renewables, will be very low. And you have to decide if you go for very low efficiency, or if you promote a more efficient way to use your energy. So in this sense, there are many, many different things that come out from this analysis, and of course, but modal shift is very important. So there are many other things. And then we have also to take into account another point, that some research in the past has looked at the rebound effects that come from the availability of faster transport. So if you have faster transport, you go more distant. You don't use less transport. You go more distant. And this is something that we have always to take into account when we design, when we talk of the transport system, at least for the passengers. For goods, it's a totally different story, and it has to do also with reshoring. It has to do with other issues, because today we have other kind of problems globally.
Yeah, I think, thank you so much for that. I think you raised a number of really good points there. Obviously, this panel, we're focused on automobiles, but there are a number of, engineering challenges. You can't get to an electric Boeing 747, for example. But if we're at that stage where that's our biggest problem, we've really moved the ball on this issue. Keeping, to hear on governance questions regarding the future of transportation from across the Atlantic, we'll now hear from Gianluca Galetto. What? Gelato sounds good. All right. Well, you thought my last name was Hammer, so now we're even. Yeah. I'm hungry. Yeah. He's a former advisor to New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, and has a lot to say about this issue, particularly from his experiences working with the great state of New York.
The great city of New York, even more. No. Well, first of all, I'm not in the program. I was sitting here and I got stuck. They put me here, so I'm not really an expert in mobility, but
we got you out of your seat, so that's.
But no, I'm joking. Yeah. But so I can bring a little bit of the experience of what we did in New York in terms of the decarbonization of the city in general, and mobility is definitely a very critical point. Now, I think that what I heard so far is that. Very good points, and the one that I really want to focus more is the leakage effect. The fact that we replace all the cars, and then, okay, where are these cars going? There's another problem that we never also, I think we're going too fast into electric cars, but we're not, without considering what is the material we're using for these electric cars. So everything is a footprint. It's impossible. There's not a zero impact activity. It doesn't exist, I believe. So that's the first thing we need to consider. Yeah. So for the cities, I think, are a very important place where you can not experiment, also try to solve the problems, because that's the place where most of the pollution, greenhouse gases are produced, and mobility in that case. Let's talk about New York for a second. So New York is very wide, and people think of New York as a place with skyscrapers. But skyscrapers areas are about not even 20%, I think, of the city.
New York's more than Manhattan, yeah.
Yes, and it's now there's there are a bunch of areas that were developed, big skyscrapers in downtown Brooklyn, in Queens, all new developments, So you have the largest, the longest network of subways. But still, what you have is that in Manhattan, basically you don't really need to use a car. But if you live in some areas where there's mostly single-family homes, you need the car to come into the place, because the subway doesn't serve those areas. So where am I going? I'm going to a couple of things. One is the political economy of changing mobility structures. And so congestion prices in New York has been extremely hard to impose because politically it's being considered heavily regressive. And contrary to I think the perception, New York is a very left-wing city. And so it's hard to do. And then the second I want to go to is density, because you need to increase. First of all, you need to increase density to provide housing. We have an affordability crisis everywhere, but also because you can build the services that people need in a small area. And so to finally think what we're trying to think about there is that without a circular approach and to solve the leakage problem, and what are we going to do with I think we have to more and more think about that. And the other thing was, I was talking about the city. I got lost into the leakage. But anyway, that's the most important thing, because I think you have to think when you do every step you do, everything you change, there's an effect, and there's somewhere else you bring in some impact. You're reducing, you're creating a little bit of impact somewhere else.
Thank you so much.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yeah, please.
If that's okay. So I think you're getting to the point of last mile, first mile transport, right? So getting people to and from the subway, then if they take the subway, then, but we're also talking a bit about designing infrastructure today for what is going to be our lifestyle of the future. And the pandemic was probably a good example of where some of the infrastructure we designed in, we no longer need in the same way. If I take New York, for example, the number of people commuting into the city now for work, it's probably 20% of what it was. Right? And so
No,
when we, and like, I think...
No, it's not 20%. It's much higher.
It's going back up, but it's still low. It's still
lower than before, but it's not. It's about 50% because the commercial offices are about between 30 and 40% capacity. No, but I understand, but that's what I forgot. The 15-minute city example. The 15-minute city is an example.
So if I'll just follow up on that. So the point is that we're talking about, we need to think about how this design is going to work for how we're going to be living in the future. And you know, the commuting is not going to be back the way it was before. Everybody has acknowledged that. And so there were these parts of the city in Paris, if I look at where AXA's office is, I'm looking at my colleague, AXA's temporary office, I mean, it was designed for people driving in, parking in parking garages, going up into towers, working, going back to the cars and driving out. It's no longer the model. And so just making sure that we're thinking about this when we talk about design and infrastructure with a long-term view.
And that's a great segue, discussion of the long-term view, to hear from Bebop Gresta, the founder and CEO of Hyperloop Italia, on the potential for Hyperloop to be part of that long-term solution.
So I think, you know, first I'm the founder of Hyperloop TT, that is the biggest effort that has been done so far to build an Hyperloop system. 2 weeks after Elon Musk launched the idea to build an Hyperloop, me and my co-founder called him and asked if he wanted to do it with us. He said no, but he said, you guys can do it. So we started a company. Now we have 800 scientists that works from 52 countries. We are very often cited as the biggest crowdsourcing project in the planet. I am not agreed with that because probably Wikipedia is bigger, but in terms of commercial activity, probably we are the biggest. So we are in front of an existential, let's say, decision to take. We designed our cities out of legacies that are the evolution of the transportation system that we've had in the past. There is the Roman chariot. And based on that, on the butt of the two horses, we designed the roads, we designed the rails. The 1.38 meters of the gauge of the rail is based on the butt of the two horses. So the space shuttle that we designed, that it has to be moved by rail, was designed on the same size of the two butts. Why I'm saying that? Because moving this little gauge of 30 centimeters will allow us to transport double the people, double the goods, but we're not doing it. And now we designed the entire city concept around the concept of the auto immobile. The auto immobile that stays steady for 80% of the time inside a garage, and then it stays steady in a line in traffic for the rest of the time. And that's how we are designing the system. You want a great news? We are still selling 1.7 cars per inhabitant right now. And we are moving one per car. In roads, I have a very great news that he knows, because you built an amazing highway, by the way. If you add lanes to the highway, you add traffic. And within 2030, in some places 2040, 35, depends on where you are, the entire road system will be clogged. And they know it. It's already, you know, the projection already talks very clear. Now, only 20% of the traffic goes in rails, depending on where you're measuring it. You know, maximum 20% of traffic of rails and passenger goes in rails. The rest is on the streets. So that's why we're starting to wonder if we have done the right thing. Now, how many of you doesn't know what the Hyperloop is? Please raise your hand. I'm not, doesn't know what the Hyperloop is. I don't take it personal. Please raise your hand. Okay, security, remove these bastards, please. I'm joking. I have a video that shows you a little, in 2 minutes, what the Hyperloop is, because I want to explain you something. Thank you.
Imagine a capsule. Imagine a capsule that can carry people. Placed inside a depressurized tube, the air removed to eliminate resistance. Not traveling on rails, but actually levitating above them. Fully electric with zero operating emissions, capable of reaching airplane speeds and beyond on the ground. This is a Hyperloop, and it is no longer imagination. At Hyperloop Transportation Technologies, we haven't been dreaming it, we've been building it. From constructing the world's first full-scale Hyperloop system to revolutionizing how we ship freight, our team is building something amazing. We're transforming the passenger experience, putting comfort and safety at the center of everything we're doing. Our reimagined linear electric motor is powered by sustainable solar energy, propelling the capsule on a completely new, incredibly efficient passive levitation system. With these two breakthroughs, our system is capable of giving energy back to the grid. And the best part, all of this is just the start. Our team of over 800 strong, a worldwide intellectual ecosystem of thinkers and problem solvers tackle each day with the humble goal of changing the world. With its speed and efficiency, the Hyperloop will rewrite the rules of travel and mobility. But that's just one side of the story. There's another side that will have a far greater impact. It's the side that redefines how we connect with one another, where distant friends become neighbors, countries become neighborhoods, and everybody who inhabits this big, crazy world of ours grows a little closer together. Just imagine that.
The applause is legalized. If you want to do it, no, not to me. It's tax-free, by the way, in Italy. Only that, it's tax-free. But the reality is that we are talking about a complete disruption of the concept of moving people and goods. And in the first phase, you've seen this capsule that goes back and forth inside this tube. But in the second phase, there are agents that goes in and out, pressurized, and can pick you up, bring you at the closest Hyperloop station, enter in the tube, zip, and then bring you to destination. And these things that we call agents can join together in train-like. They can fly, they can self-drive. It will be a future that we want to live. A future that is basically changing the paradigm of transportation. We don't need to own anything, and I think it's appropriate and touches a lot of the topics that we talked. Efficiency. You said it right. At what expense we are searching to move people in this new era where we need to redesign the value chain of transportation. Because if we start to price it in the right way, you will discover that this thing that we call auto immobile, is basically costing us in terms of how do we produce it, how do we dismantle it, what is the carbon footprint? When we start to measure all these things, we start to see that the economy that we have built around these cars is not convenient. So we're looking at the future that is more integrated. It will be probably underground, so our future will be made of tunnels that will connect city. And luckily enough, we're building the first one here in Italy, in Veneto. There's the first project, 800 million tender, that will be assigned the 8th of December, and we can prove that we are in the right direction to change mobility forever.
Well, that's a very optimistic note. I want to change direction a little bit here. I want to give some chance for the audience. If there are questions from the audience, anybody has a question so far for the panelists? And I know you have something you wanted to respond on that too, right? Yeah, go ahead and respond, yeah. Well, you guys can think of some questions, yeah.
No, it's really inspiring what I see. But I also don't believe in it very much. To be very clear. Because I believe it, but for long haul transportation. If you have like small areas there, I understand you can do it, but the infrastructure capital and that you need to create, try to propose that big, what do you call it, tube, where, areas where you have olive trees and then you're going to get killed by people that don't want that. We have a problem now in New York State. 30% of the electricity comes from hydropower from Canada. And so we're bringing down, extending some lines to electrify part of the public buildings of the city. There's a problem in Maine. The works have been blocked because people don't want the line to go through that. It's like high tension line. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that I don't believe in it. I believe it, but I think it's not. It's so far ahead, I guess, in the game that it can solve some problems, but not all the problems of transportation at the local level.
Yeah, obviously respond to that. Yeah.
So one little note: 1889. In New York, from Warren to Broadway, the first Hyperloop line was built there. It was an invention that was developed. The first New York subway was an Hyperloop. Was a train with a reduced pressure environment made by pumps. Eli Beach built a kilometer and it transported 400,000 people. Then JP Morgan was investing in rails and he killed it. But anyway, that was the first place. The Hyperloop is not for long distances. It's a 10-kilometer module that can repeat forever. Second, it's not economically sustainable, really. Okay, so how much does it cost is a parameter. We cost 20 to 40 million per kilometer against 50, 120, 200 million per kilometer of the high-speed rail. But second, how much does it take to recoup the investment? Because it doesn't matter. If I'm spending 50 million per kilometer, but I have an economy that allows me to recoup the investment, then it's feasible. Now, for now, the best way to build it is on pylons. But we have two ways to avoid the problem of the trees, the olive oil. That is cut and cover. As you put the high-speed bandwidth, you put an Hyperloop, or with boring technology. And Elon is working to actually reduce by 1/10 the cost of boring. So I think, if we are building now high-speed rails, we can, with more economic reason, build an Hyperloop.
Well, and judging by his approach to Twitter, maybe Elon will change his mind on working with you. But let's take a couple questions, and I think I'll take a group of 3 questions to avoid a dialogue, and then we'll give the panelists a chance to respond. Yes.
Thanks, Joseph. Maybe it was already touched upon, but I'm just out of curiosity. How sustainable is the idea of flying cars? And if any of the panelists could answer that, I'd be happy.
Oh, that's a brilliant question.
No, I have a suggestion for what we are talking about, because the conference is about solving complexity. So it's about not being paralyzed by complexity. And my suggestion are, actually 3 words: experiments, experiments, and experiments, which, by the way, was exactly what we heard in the working group on democracy, which is completed. So we need to make experiments, because we do not know exactly what is going to work at local level. Quite honestly, Andrea, I don't believe that much about transforming an entire country like Italy. Let's start from, I don't know, Procida. No, small island, today is a capital of culture this year. Let's make Procida to be completely free of cars in exchange of being capital of culture. Let's start from small places When we can shelter innovation, we can measure innovation, we can understand whether innovation is working or not.
I have really one comment and one question. The comment is that much of the problem in communication of climate change has been that from the public's point of view, it sounds like it's a sacrifice. Don't eat meat, don't travel, don't do what you 8 billion people in the world actually want to do every day of the goddamn year. So we have to deal with the reality, that's the comment. The question is, a very interesting comment by Gianluca about the materials going in electric motors, which is not necessarily just for cars, but for everything. I wonder if the panel would like to comment on what really are the barriers there to the use of electricity as the propulsion. What are the key issues in breaking these barriers? Oil used to be scarce, then it became abundant. Gas used to be scarce. What can make electric batteries abundant, or can it?
If any of the panelists would like to respond, yeah.
If I may.
Sì, questa è una domanda interessante sul futuro dei vettori energetici. Io credo che sia noi siamo in un ambito in cui parliamo di mobilità del futuro pensando a quella che può essere la transizione ecologica. A me piace pensare che gli ambiti dove si elabora pensiero siano rilevantissimi, ma poi bisogna provare ad attuarli, perché ogni idea può essere straordinaria, ma l'impatto poi deve essere reale. Io credo che il futuro della trazione sarà legata alla capacità di avere vettori energetici che siano assolutamente neutrali dal punto di vista geopolitico. Mi spiego meglio. Anche nelle ipotesi più così ottimistiche rispetto alla disponibilità futura di idrocarburi, credo che senza ispirarsi a Uber che negli anni 60 individuava un anno in cui avremmo raggiunto l'utilizzo della metà degli idrocarburi disponibili sulla Terra, che era intorno al 2010-2015, con quella che è la domanda energetica. Oggi noi abbiamo circa una domanda energetica di 15 terawatt su tutto il pianeta, di cui un terzo riguardano la mobilità. Quindi non è difficile comprendere come con questo trend noi arriveremo fra 40, 50, forse 60 anni a non avere più disponibilità di idrocarburi. Non è solo un fatto di attenzione all'ambiente, è un fatto di necessità. E quindi qual è la soluzione? Sì, l'elettrico è una soluzione interessante per le emissioni, ma intanto bisogna capire come si produce l'energia elettrica, bisogna essere in grado di accumularla, di trasferirla. Il futuro è certamente l'idrogeno. L'idrogeno è l'unico vettore energetico che consente di essere prodotto in ogni parte della Terra, e guardate che il problema della domanda e dell'offerta è un problema rilevante, perché oggi oltre il 60% degli idrocarburi disponibili sono in Medio Oriente, e lì la domanda è inferiore al 5%, mentre gli Stati Uniti hanno una domanda di energia rispetto alla mobilità che è di oltre il 20%, avendo una disponibilità locale di un certo tipo. Non è complicato capire che quello che stiamo vedendo in Ucraina sarà solo l'inizio di un futuro dove andremo a confrontarci per chi ha l'ultimo barile, e quindi va fatta una scelta che consenta di essere geopoliticamente sostenibile. L'idrogeno si fa in ogni parte del mondo, basta avere acqua e energia rinnovabile, e la fortuna vuole che il solare, l'eolico e altre energie rinnovabili siano nella disponibilità anche delle parti meno sviluppate e meno evolute del pianeta. Quindi è chiaro che il futuro, a mio avviso, sicuramente andrà nel verso di un vettore che sia sostenibile e fruibile in tutte le parti, a prescindere da principi di offerta e di domanda, e questo credo che sia un elemento da tenere in considerazione. Qui io dico, si può immaginare anche di far volare le macchine o di infilarle tutte in un tubo, però ho qualche dubbio che si attuerà in un tempo breve, mentre per fare degli esempi pratici sull'autobrennero ci sono ormai da 10 anni autobus e macchine che possono approvvigionare idrogeno prodotto da energie rinnovabili, e questo forse dovrebbe essere un indirizzo esteso in maniera più ampia, perché senza rete non venderemo una macchina ad idrogeno. Se qualcuno non comincia a investire in queste cose, sì, staremo a parlare se forare gli interrati a New York oppure se far volare le macchine, però credo che il pianeta abbia bisogno di soluzioni disponibili in tempi più brevi e che possano dare una soluzione efficace che si possa misurare.
What I said before, that we have to look at the system level. It's the approach that, in my view, take into account the various issues. First of all, but before that, we have to look into the technology itself. So a battery electric vehicle is a battery with wheels, essentially. Very simple, very straightforward system that in the long run will cost much less than today's cars. And the batteries are today made in a certain manner, but there is an evolution which is so fast and towards very cheap materials and easy to find, that we can expect in a few years to have sodium-based batteries or other things which are much less problematic than today. But in any case, it's a trend where everywhere in the world we are going. And we produce electricity with very simple systems, solar and wind primary, which are producing, and then we have several systems for storing energy and others that will be put in operation in a few years, because there is a lot of research as well on that. Now, having said that, when you look into the hydrogen issue, then you have first to go through an electrolyzer. You have 60%, 65% efficiency. Then you have to compress, to manage this hydrogen, and then to reach the user. And in the user, you have to transform through a fuel cell, which has a efficiency that is around 60% or something like this. So overall, the overall efficiency is about 35%, and it's the same, is driven by electric energy. It's the same renewable electric energy that with an electric battery car at the end of the cycle is an efficiency of about 80% instead of 35%. So you have a gap which is huge. And the other point is that producing hydrogen at low cost today, we can do it only with excess renewables. Otherwise, it will cost a lot. And if we produce the amount of energy that we can do, and we have made a lot of model analysis, but we have to produce steel, to make chemistry, a lot of hard-to-abate industries that need hydrogen. So the amount of hydrogen that will be requested there is so high that if we also put the hydrogen in a car where you have other ways to do much more efficient, it's a loss. Well, I simply think that is not wise. This is why I said it's not neutral, this issue.
Well, I think on that note, we're going to have to table this discussion. Let's give all the panelists a warm round of applause. We've ran out of time, and let's gather for a photo. Can you all take a photo?
Okay. Sorry for interrupting, but there are lots of people who are connected from remotely, so I think we should move forward if you're all okay with that. Thank you.
When it is too long, it's not a guarantee to be in fact.
Yeah.
Let's make it quick.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry, we are starting the other panel. Thank you. Yeah, if you want, perché gli altri sono collegati. All on one side. So, thank you, everybody. I'm Camilla Copelli. I'm a journalist from La Presse Agency. So we are starting the other panel. We are going to come back to the grounds, literally. So we are talking about reinventing a zero-emission primary sector agri-food, soil as a carbon dioxide retainer. And I think we have people connected. So first of all, I would like to thank all the discussants for being here. And I will give, to Francesco Tubiello. I will leave to Francesco Tubiello the introduction in order to make us understand with data and statistics this phenomenon. Thank you, Francesco. Can you hear? We can't hear you. Just one moment. I think we have a problem. Okay, try again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So thank you very much for your invitation, and I hope you had a nice discussion so far. My name is Francesco Tubiello. I work at FAO, where I had the environment statistics team, and we do many things, but one of these are to try to add some quantitative discussion to the state of food and agriculture with respect to climate change and particularly emissions. So I was asked to prepare and have a very brief presentation. It's 5 slides really, in 5 minutes most, to try to set the tone for the discussion. So I will start with that. I will share my screen. Please let me know when you see it. If and when you see it.
Yeah, it's okay, we can see it.
Okay, great. So we talk about food, quite an important topic all around. And so just to set the tone when we talk about food and agriculture, because it's quite important. I mean, of course I come from statistics, so this, for us, it's sort of bread and butter. I'm not sure how much of an interest it raises in other circles, but it's always important to define what we are talking about. So what we mean when we talk about climate impacts or on agriculture or of agriculture on the planet, by food and agriculture, we mean basically 3 components conceptually. The farm gate, right? So everything that happens within the farm, be it crop or livestock production, energy use, etc. Then there's a component and that's common to all the countries in the world. There is a component we call land use or land use change, which is basically more pronounced in developing countries, the boundaries of expanding agriculture and expanding farms, and in involving processes mostly like deforestation, degradation of peatlands that happen in specific parts of the world. for example, drainage of peatland is and linked to specific commodities, right? It's linked to, let's say, palm oil in Southeast Asia for the most part, whereas deforestation is more linked to, cattle ranching and soybean production in other parts of the world, especially in Latin America. And then there is the whole, entire part that relates to us directly, which is what we call pre and post, but it's basically the supply chain. So whatever happens to food once it leaves the farm gate, right? It gets manufactured, gets transported, it gets retailed, it gets consumed, and eventually disposed of, right? And so these are all areas of the food chain where there is an important component of climate change to discuss. Before I go into the next part of my presentation, which is going mostly to focus, only to focus on the mitigation/emissions component, and in fact, the emissions component, because I understand there are others in the panel that will talk more about mitigation and responses. I wanted to highlight something that I'm sure it's been discussed already in the conference. And so highlight the part, the very overall most important part of the convention, Article 2, right? Where, and of course, I'm not paraphrasing, but I cut and pasted things because otherwise it gets too long, right? Like, we know that the ultimate goal of the convention is to stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere, but within a time frame, right, that is sufficient to do a number of things. And this is where food and the environment come prominently in from the signing of that framework in '92, right? In particular, food production has been there since the beginning. Ecosystem adaptation, but also health also comes in, and it's the second component that I just discussed. And then, of course, the enabling environment for sustainable production and economy to proceed, and that's across the three components, but mostly the third that I talked about. So just to mention that apart from the mitigation part, especially the farm gate activities are those that are most bound to suffer. They already do. Are projected to be impacted very strongly by climate change now and in coming decades in particular. And I just wanted to highlight that, as we know from more and more articles on floods and droughts impacting production in manners that were unexpected to arrive so close to this period in time, calls for very strong adaptation, and I'm happy to discuss more during the panel, but what I wanted to say, it's call for action right now in terms of adaptation, pushing the boundaries of what we've been discussing for the last 20 years, which is basically, make the system more resilient and use a laundry list of techniques, which though in practice, I would pose we don't really know how to implement. If country X came to us today, for example, to FAO, and asked us what to do in practical engineering terms tomorrow, we and anybody else would be very hard pressed to respond with specific suggestions. So let's go back to the mitigation world, where what I wanted also to highlight, possibly of interest to this discussion, is while on the left you see there the world of food and agriculture as a practitioner in the field would understand it, and in terms that a farmer would recognize or a food industry would recognize. On the right, there is the entire different world of climate policy, where there are terminology used that not necessarily talk to the world, right? So about the 5 sectors of the greenhouse gas inventory, the country follows to report their emissions to the convention, that will be used as the basis to report and monitor the NDC commitments. And so always keep that in mind, that while the farm gate is loosely described under the so-called IPCC agriculture sector, everything else is sort of submerged into more neutral terms. Pre and post production is all about energy, industry, and waste. But if you went into the national greenhouse gas inventory of a country, you wouldn't necessarily be able to re-extract the food component or the food dimension from that information. So that's some of the things that we do, and FAO also provide this Rosetta Stone, if you will, of being able to connect actions from one world or one professional world to the other. Now, back to the actual picture, wise food system or agri-food systems, as we call them here, matter. Well, they matter, first of all, because of sheer numbers, right? So we know since, new quantifications that emerged last year, that the whole three components sum up to about 1/3 of the total anthropogenic emissions we put into the atmosphere. That's a lot, right? And that's already enough to say, well, whenever we talk about mitigation, agri-food systems need to be part of that discussion and of course of the solution. But it's also true to keep in mind, important to keep in mind, that that 30% has decreased over time. And over the last 20 years, we went to from 40% to about 30%. And that's important to keep in mind because the main reason for that is the non-food emissions, basically energy, in non-food from use of fossil fuel combustion has increased a lot faster than any of these sectors. The only sector in these three that is really increasing at the same pace, not unexpectedly, is the pre and post farm gate. So all the new modes of food production, manufacturing, transport, and vertical retail, all the way to the consumers. And that's also an important fact to keep in mind. At the same time, per capita emissions have decreased. That's true across most sectors, but it's also important to keep those in mind depending on which angle of the mitigation debate is being considered. In this case, particularly also equity of emissions per capita. And then I just close with two slides, bring in sort of a detailed view of how those three components are made, right? So you see the yellow again, keep it in mind, is the farm. The green is the land use change, the ecosystem destruction. The blue, say, the modern food, production and distribution world. And you can see here, here's a global picture. So as much as it's important to categorize things in their total system view and in their three components, then it's always a matter of looking at details of where it might matter most to act. And you can see that globally, as we have known for years, cattle, livestock play a fundamental role through methane emissions, through enteric fermentation of ruminants. And of course, deforestation, although that's been decreasing over the last 10 years, plays a very important role, right? And so you don't solve this problem without solving those two, keeping in mind, of course, that many other components are important. And also allow me, because this is important to those who will be discussing net zero commitments. The only net zero we have in the world at the moment comes from the so-called land sector, right? I didn't put it here within food systems because what goes on forest land is mostly forestry production related. But we have a sink overall there that, of course, can contribute to so-called net zero commitments and goals. Keep in mind that this is the global picture. What happens, and I created the same picture for Italy, but that's, it's basically an example for what happens in most OECD countries. All of a sudden, the picture changes completely, and you can see that emissions on the pre and post-production side become larger, significantly larger. You see retail here, transport, being important component to the national emissions. So again, when we then develop strategies, as it's always said, the actions become local and need to take care of how things are made locally to be effective in their mitigation goals. Finally, just a view, and a different view, those so far that I've talked about absolute emissions. But it's important, of course, when we talk about economic factors, productivity. Here we call this indicator emissions intensity. So it's basically emissions per unit commodity produced. Again, this is a global picture. Keep in mind, as I showed for Italy, that this will change country by country, but what will not change is sort of the relative hierarchy within commodity and across commodity that you see here. With meat in general being, of course, one of the highest greenhouse gas intensity commodity, but again, it's not meat in general, right? It's specific types of meat and specific types of intensity in production, intensity or lack of intensity at the same time. And so these are all things that I cannot say discuss in detail in the few minutes that I have, but I'm just showing to sort of spur a discussion in the panel afterwards. So with that, I thank you, and I hope I stick within the time that you intended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think. Thank you. Thank you for giving us an overview on the issue, and surely we will come back on the topic of meat, because surely meat consumption and production is a main problem here. But I would like to go to Professor Tagliavini from Free University of Bolzano, and I would like to ask you something more specific about agriculture. So, I mean, we obviously start from the assumption that agriculture and primary sector is both a problem and affected by climate change. So it creates emissions, but it's also affected by this kind of problem. So maybe you could give us...
Do you want me to answer now, or should I show my few slides before?
Yeah, you can show your slides. And then,
so maybe better start by them? Okay. Good, thanks. Okay, so I think I can move. Okay, good. So first of all, good afternoon from my side. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks for having inserted a session on food and agriculture inside this discussion. We've just seen the data about the overall contribution of the food sector and which are main categories of activities contribute the most to them. I will concentrate my short talk about what happens in the field, so what has been named farm gate, so inside the farm gate. And the first point I'd like to make is that unlike transport that we just had a session on that, and manufacturing, and also animal husbandry, crop production system both emit and sequester atmospheric CO2. And so beside the activities that release CO2 to the atmosphere, there are biological fluxes of CO2 and other greenhouse gases through photosynthesis and the respiration of the chemical reaction. So what matters actually is the balance among them, and if the systems are able to store enough carbon, that carbon could compensate at least partially the emissions, and theoretically we could reach a carbon neutrality, at least in the field. I don't want to enter into many details here, but here we have measured the difference between the photosynthesis and the overall respiration in an apple orchard, not far from here actually, and after a number of years we could quantify a net sequestration of a few tons of CO2 per hectare per year. Where does this carbon from CO2 goes then is a very important issue. So basically, very basically, the strategies that we could adopt include how to reduce the emissions and how to increase the soil and even the biomass storage of the plant-derived carbon. And so basically what we should do is this new picture. Okay, so how to reduce emissions, and so first of all, I think is very important, very crucial to identify the techniques, the operation in the field that contributes the most to the emission. And these operations are not the same in all contexts. They're not the same for different crops and in the different environments. So this is really very, very crucial. I've listed here a number of potential strategies, pretty general strategies, and first of all, technological innovations. Now is very popular talking about precision agriculture, digital agriculture, and so on. And maybe Julia will add something later. So this basically mean applying the right amount of something at the right moment in the right place, basically. And this should enhance the resource use efficiency, and at the end of the day also the input, reduce the input, basically, because we use the input more efficiently. We expect a lot from the genetic innovation and the new breeding technologies, but anyway, in general, also from more traditional methods of breeding. So we need new genotypes that are naturally able to resist to pathogen and pests and to cope also with the lower availability of external inputs. So these one and two actually are strategic action that not only have as an effect that of reducing the emissions, but they also are crucial to reach other sustainability goals, like, for example, reducing the amount of water that is used by agriculture or reducing the amount of pesticides or plant production products on our producers. Then, of course, we need advancement in the availability of electrically driven agricultural machines. We have seen that we use in agriculture quite a large amount of energy, and even in this sector there are now machines able to be powered by renewable sources. Of course, some operation in the field that require large amount of power cannot be carried out through those machines at the moment, but technology improves pretty quickly. And then we should also do something in the field, so try to better use the locally available resources. And this, we can take advantage of the so-called functional biodiversity, for example, to reduce the synthetic fertilizers. Increase the carbon storage in the system is the other line, but we are sure that if we reduce the emissions are reduced. If we put more carbon inside the soil in the biomass, then we should also be pretty sure that at least part of that carbon stays inside the soil and is not back to the atmosphere. And this is still an open question. Soils, for sure, have a finite ability to store carbon. So we cannot think to put carbon from the atmosphere inside the soil forever. So sooner or later they reach a sort of maximum level. So there are a number of options. For example, take advantage of the crop residues, growing crops with deep root systems, so that carbon remaining from those roots stays pretty low in the deeper layer of the soil. Of course, crop rotation, cover crops, green manure. So we have to take advantage of all the possibilities to enhance the carbon fixation at local level through photosynthesis. So we cannot afford having period during the year, for example, autumn or winter in some areas where the temperature is good, maybe water is available, without vegetation in the soil. We have to have vegetation almost the entire year whenever possible. We can add organic matter to the soil, but again, we have to always think that if we bring something from outside, then that should be available pretty close to the farm. Otherwise, we lose all the benefit if we have to transport, for example, compost or manure to the farm, for example. Okay, biochar, there are great expectations on storing biochar because that carbon is more stable and recalcitrant to the decomposition. We have to reduce or adopt no-till strategies, and of course we have to use trees also on marginal areas, and especially fast-growing trees. Hope I stayed within my time.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Good.
But I'm going to ask you right now, because you mentioned the problem of water waste and the use of water, so that's what I was wondering. I mean, we need to reduce the use of water, but it's also, I mean, affect, if we look at this summer, we don't have the same amount of water we had before, so in that kind of way, I mean, agriculture is also affected by climate change, so which may be the solution, or, I mean...
Yeah, well, yeah, we have to try to store as much water coming from rain as possible. This is certainly one possible solution, but if it doesn't rain, if it doesn't snow, if we have not enough water in the mountain, and we are here in the Dolomite and people feel it, that would be a problem for sure. New genotypes might help. If we have less amount of water, then we have to add that water more carefully, more precisely, and so the technology certainly also might help.
Yeah.
But at the moment, yeah, there are no really solution for that. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to find them, to seek them. Maybe I could ask Giulia Bartazzaghi to give us an idea of the main innovations in this field that could help us.
So
I mean,
first of all,
starting a direction. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon also from my side. I'm from Politecnico di Milano. I saw in the agenda that was written Bocconi, but I'm from the other side. No, sister universities.
Still Milan, but...
So I will follow up on Massimo's speech, but also reply to your comment. Indeed, as really well highlighted by Francesco in the introduction, but also as emerged in previous panels, climate change is really like multidimensional phenomenon, and that encompasses several different but really interconnected challenges that are putting the agri-food sector at the really center. So being affected by the agri-food, but also the agri-food sector being deeply affected by climate change. And when I talk about these interconnected problems, I also mention food loss and food waste, as already also mentioned before, but also biodiversity loss, food insecurity, that is also the other part of the story, but also, so really interconnected challenges, so all associated to climate change. So in order to respond to this multi-dimensional challenge, we need different type of responses in an integrated way and along the entire value chain. So here innovations come into play. Innovation in technology, processes, business model, policies. We talked before in the city group about food policies. So all these different type of innovations tackling the different aspects of the same macro problem. So coming back to the agricultural field, indeed, so there are different type of solutions already, leveraging a wide array of technologies, IoT, so Internet of Things, sensors, as well as satellite imagery, and so artificial intelligence, so a wide array of technologies that allow farmers to predict and monitor the performance of their agricultural activity by comparing different potential economic as well as environmental impacts associated to different choices of intervention in field. And so this pool of data is precious to optimize decision making in field, as well as then optimize the use of resources and the use of inputs in the agricultural field. There are also solutions spreading to calculate and track carbon credits, recognize to farmers who implement sustainable and regenerative agricultural practices that can be then marketed through specialized platforms, and that's also like a new source of income, let's say an additional source of income for farmers. But then if we move also downstream the value chain, so with a more like a global, more generalized perspective on the supply chain, we found other solutions, like solutions to reduce and prevent and reduce food waste. It's really much associated also to climate change. Solutions like, for instance, platforms that shorten the distances along the different players of the supply chain. Solutions that optimize demand forecasts, and thus this optimize also production planning, okay, and optimize the use of resources. Again, solutions that leverage data collected through sensors, IoT, artificial intelligence, and so on. Solutions also that optimize the management of stocks, particularly of perishable and fresh products. For instance, softwares that implement dynamic pricing strategies based on the residual shelf life of products. So all these kind of solutions that tackle the problem of food loss and waste in the different stages of the supply chain. Other examples are, for instance, sensor or smart labels, so packaging in this way it has a pivotal role. Solutions applied to pallets, like products, but also pallets and refrigerated trucks, able to monitor temperature as well as other critical parameters in order to then monitor the state of conservation of the products along its journey, so along the entire value chain. So as you can see, technology, packaging also used to extend the shelf life, so-called active packaging solutions, or innovative storage technologies like in a control atmosphere that enable to extend the shelf life of products. And other type of innovations are related to supply chain agreements. Here, I think this is a key point, and then I'm looking also at Celine. So new agreements that include mechanisms to first of all, recognize a fair price to particularly suppliers, producers, but also to share risks. And here, for instance, but then maybe you can comment on that, insurance, parametric insurance mechanisms included in contracts, supply chain contracts, that protect farmers in case of unforeseen climate events that prevent them to reaching certain production goals. So these kind of mechanism and agreements within supply chain contracts, I think, are another key points of intervention, key field of intervention and innovation. Then another key point is the tenders. So include criteria, sustainability criteria in public as well as private tenders. And I was mentioning about the working group on cities, because here municipalities can play really a key role with their food policies and food strategies, also promoting public tenders for procurement of food procurement, but also food distribution like in school canteens, favoring the supply of seasonal, locally sourced, less environmentally impacting products. So these, city officers have a really key role and should be even more empowered in this transition.
I wanted to ask you something more about the innovations. I mean, this kind of innovations you're talking about are already in use or should be implemented in the next years? We're talking about 5 years or, 20 years. Which kind of innovations are we talking about?
Okay, so there are a lot of, as I said, so these are just a few examples, existing examples. So technology is there, is available, and all other solutions that I just mentioned. I think the problem is how to make all these solutions more integrated with each other. So integration is a key point. So integration along the supply chain between the different actors of the supply chain. And then how to make them more scalable. So also scalable to other geographic contexts with a different also legal framework. And then another key point that was actually highlighted in the previous panels is measurement. So we saw the data from FIO, so that's the starting point where all the decision can be made, and that really guides also innovations, investments in innovation. I think, but then Francesco, you can comment on this. So there is so much still to be done in terms of measurement. So how to collect more systemically data, talking about food loss and food waste, but also all the other different aspects of the climate change problem, how to measure more systemically, and how to harmonize better the measurement frameworks. So LCA is one method, but then there are other methods to actually calculate, monitor the impact of performances. So how to harmonize all these frameworks and how to make data collection more systematically implemented along the entire value chain. So that's a key challenge ahead, but a key point so the baseline to make really powerful decisions also in terms of agri-food impact.
Yeah, so maybe I think Céline could respond to this and maybe add something also because, giving us perspective from AXA, so from a corporate perspective, but also, talking about the task force on nature-related financial disclosure. So maybe you could give us, first of all, you could respond to Giulia, but then maybe.
First of all, yes, of course, at AXA, we strive to encourage the sustainable practices for agri-food through our investment and our insurance activity. Quickly, to give you a view on the investment side, we mentioned in the panel this morning impact investing. So we use the impact fund, and we have invested in AXA as an asset owner has invested 315 million in an impact fund, which is dedicated to the link between climate and biodiversity. And in this impact fund, we have a lot of projects related to agriculture. To give you a few examples, we support sustainable practices for cocoa production in Madagascar, notably sustainable practices to protect the forest because cocoa is linked to forestry practices. Another example, in Latin America, we support the reduction of methane emissions for smallholder farmer in Latin America. So that's the type of project we invest through our impact fund. And it was very interesting, the presentation made before on the soil, the role of CO2 sequestration of the soil. And another very innovative investment we are particularly proud of at AXA, we have launched with Unilever, AXA and AXA a partnership with Tikeo, which is a fund dedicated to regenerative agriculture. And we are particularly proud of that. And the objective is to reach 1 billion of investment in projects related to regenerative agriculture. So it's very interesting because the regenerative agriculture is very holistic. It addresses both health, CO2 sequestration of health and quality of food. So that's what we can do through the investment. And to come back on your point on the insurance, when we talk about insurance for agri-food and agriculture particularly, we raise the point more of adaptation also to the impact of climate change, notably the natural disaster. So that's where we use, yes, what we call the parametric insurance. So the parametric insurance, for those who are not experts of insurance, it's an insurance scheme which is based on an index, on a weather index. So when there is a drought or a flood, based on the index weather, we reimburse automatically the customers. So it's a scheme it's an insurance scheme we use a lot to cover agriculture activities, notably in emerging countries. Just to give you a flavor, in India we protect through this insurance scheme, in a parametric insurance scheme, in partnership with the Indian government, we protect 55 million of smallholder farmers in India. And in other countries, in Asian and African countries, it's over 500,000 of smallholder farmers we protect through this insurance scheme. So yes, it's particularly interesting to mention that. And in the so-called more mature country, in European country, again, we try to play this role of promoter of sustainable practices. In France, to give you this, it's quite recent, but we have reduced the premium for farmers which are committed to transition towards organic agriculture, so we reduce their premium for their insurance coverage. So that's what we can do as an enabler, as an investor and as an insurer. And to finish on your point, yes, AXA is particularly proud to be member of the TNFD, because when we talk about agriculture, we address the nexus between climate change and biodiversity. It's two interconnected phenomena. The climate change worsen the biodiversity loss, and the biodiversity loss prevents the role of carbon sink of ocean, forest, and soils. So that's why it's so important to protect also biodiversity. And in the financial sector, what we can't measure, we can pilot. So that's why the TNFD, the objective of the TNFD is to create a framework of disclosure for every corporate, and notably in the food industry, to analyze risk, impact, interdependency, to find the right methodology and metrics to measure the impact of the risk related to biodiversity. So that's why it's key. It will be the same model as the TCFD for the climate, which is now a worldwide reference in terms of disclosure. So the objective is to obtain the same results with the TNFD.
Thank you, thank you. I would like to come back to a point made by Professor Tagliavini, going to Professor Schulz, who is connected with us. Can you hear us? Yeah. But we can't hear you. I think we have...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we can hear you. So maybe you could tell us something more about soil. I mean, can soil really become a main retainer of emissions? And also would like to ask you, if you have time, a quick point, since you have studied specific, you are an expert on winery and enology, so also something more specific on this field, because we were talking about all agriculture, we talked about crops, but I think it's interesting for the public also, this kind of point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, my role is in the International Organization of Wine and Wine. In fact, I'm the president of the Sustainability and Climate Change Group. And if you take grapes in general, table grapes and wine grapes and raisin grapes, total, then we have worldwide 7.5 million hectares, and it has the added value of any fruit is the highest one. And of course, everybody's concerned about agriculture in general, and can we actually really store carbon in the soil? And one of the biggest problems, in fact, there are many initiatives. The European Union just released the European Union Soil Strategy just before Christmas last year. But in fact, it's not as trivial as it seems, because there are many components which are problematic. It was just previously said that we have to retain carbon in the soil, and biochar is one of the methods which actually was termed to be successful. However, there's one thing which is usually overlooked. We are looking at the air temperature development when we talk about climate change, but soil temperature is equally increasing. So, and with a higher soil temperature, you have a faster turnover rate of organic carbon in the soil and a faster release of actually CO2 emissions and others. We have here in Geiselheim, it's a small university in Germany, we have a measurement series of soil temperature for 102 years. And I guess it's probably pretty unique. And what we've seen over the last, just if you take the time period from 1980 to today, over the last 40 years, in average in the summer months, the increase in temperature was between 4 and 4.5 degrees in the 50 centimeter depth. And that's the region in the soil where most of the carbon is stored. So this is one of the biggest problems. There are estimates saying that if, depending on the climate change scenario you are using, that you have to input the carbon in the soil either to double it or triple it just to maintain soil carbon at an equal component. So that is problematic because if you increase the input, carbon is always associated with nitrogen. And then, of course, you have the other part of emissions, so highly problematic. But if we would succeed, because the water issue was made right at the beginning, if you could increase, say, soil carbon concentration by 1%, you could actually, or soil organic carbon by 1%, you can actually increase soil water capacity by 16 liters per square meter. So these type of issues needs to be transferred. And I think one of the biggest challenges is, in fact, to transfer the knowledge specifically in those areas which have very small farming systems, you know, like Southeast Asia, Southern America, Africa. And what we find, because Europe usually has on average relatively large properties, but what we also find is that what we term best practice in agriculture, and specifically, I have a couple of examples in viticulture, so grape growing, is not best climate practice. So we have to change our system in academics and teaching also to include all these components which are now to be considered into our educational system. And one thing, just to finish up this part, we overlook is one of the largest problems of carbon loss is soil erosion. We have approximately 43 billion tons of soil lost by erosion, and this is topsoil and contains a lot of carbon. Now, regenerative agriculture or changing systems on steep slopes is very important in order to reduce these type of losses. But if you go to meteorology and the predictions for more heavy rainfalls, more heavy precipitation, that will actually increase the problem. So to come to a zero balance type agriculture in general would require a lot of different small pieces of changes on a large scale. So
Thank
that
you.
just for the first round.
Thank you very much. So I'm coming back to the use of technologies. You mentioned also AI and innovations, and I would like to ask Sim Asperger something about how could we use these kind of innovations and technologies also to focus on security, food security.
Thank you. Yeah, well, coming from Northern Europe, from a small country, there are a couple of points that I would like to make. Well, first of all, thank you very much for a very warm welcome. Warm in every sense. I mean, Trento and Bolzano for me has been like a summer, so it's nice. And also I'm giving here maybe a bit like economic or entrepreneurial input and from a smaller country that is digitally savvy. First thing, actually, before getting to your point about technology, I would stress the food security issue. I mean, there are many subtopics in relation to food security, but what I would like to bring out is that, especially taking into account the last couple of years with different crises, it's important that not only, I would argue not only countries, but also, smaller communities within countries would be ready to apply strategies to guarantee basic food, at least for a short-term period, that there is availability and access for the people. And why I'm saying that, even taking into account that European Union is unique cooperation between countries. When we think about the COVID or this pandemic period, when it's really big emergency, then countries will be looking after themselves. Quite quickly, borders were closed. Quite quickly, there came about very strong competition for certain goods, like, I don't know, masks or whatever was scarce at that point of time. So actually, if we are, when we think about solutions, if bigger communities in relation to agri-food are able to guarantee basic food, this will enable more and better coordination and cooperation between countries also, because then these basic things are covered and it's possible to also help others. And now coming to the technology point. Well, yeah, in Estonia we use maybe a lot of technology or digital services and so on, also in agriculture and precision farming, you name it. But this isn't unique for Estonia. This is something that can be done everywhere. And coming to the again, like a solution point, I think it's very important to invest in supporting and fostering innovation, startup culture, piloting different solutions and so on, because in this area these solutions can be scalable on the global level, and this is where we can also get the effect. So these 2 points from me, I think it's important to focus on food security so that basic food would be available for bigger communities. And the second point, fostering, supporting innovation and new technology adoption, development, applications, piloting them, and scaling them up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I would say on the same topic, asking Adrian Guzman, can you hear us? Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
I would say on the same point about technologies, maybe you could give us some perspective, I mean, also from another country, from Mexico, but also from space, I mean, as you've worked.
I prepare some slides, but I can make an intervention directly from the comment of my colleague. I study physics and artificial intelligence as a background. It's interesting because I'm doing satellites right now. I mean, that's what I'm doing as a living. But also, it's interesting because I was trained in Europe as a multi-trans interdisciplinary scientist. Edgar Moran was one of my professors at the university, and I also working at FAO, so I have the experience of what food is in terms of an economical and statistical factors. So what I can comment is that the requirements that we already have as a society can come from many different levels, and I would like to show a very, very fast and small and brief presentation of how space can help with this. So I'm going to share my screen. Please tell me if you can see the slide.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So in general terms, I can say that I agree that to get to a zero emission is really a very complex problem to solve. And I can also say that we are all carbon-based life, so these principles are very important. I mean, to think about oxygen, to think about hydrogen, helium, of course, as well, because that could be an important possibility, is to think in the best principles that we have in understanding our ecosystems or planet and a way of living in order to try to find the balance. I mean, we cannot just segment and study one simple scenario. I mean, for practical meanings, yes, but in terms of problem solving, which is what scientists we try to do, is a little bit more complex. So what do we know about soil and what do we know about CO2 retention? Everything can be managed into a very small level thinking in how water, energy, and the carbon cycles interact. And this was mentioned during the conversation. I'm very happy that in a broad expertise it was also mentioned. And I want to extend how scientists in space try to study this and use it for important purposes. So there was a mission planned in order to study the soil moisture in an active passive way. And the idea was that this mission tried to measure the amount of water in the surface of oil everywhere on Earth. This is one of the missions, as many others, that we as scientists use. We also plan and design these missions. I mentioned that I'm a nanoscale engineer. But sometimes these missions that can help us with knowledge and precision impact are not successful. I mean, this mission unfortunately have to change its living in space because something didn't work out well. When you launch something into space, it's very complex because once it is released, you cannot fix it like you could fix a car, for example. I mean, it's a certain level of complexity. But the problems on Earth are quite common for each one of us. So how to see agri-food and how to solve these different problems in space on Earth, it's related to our common ground or common space. As you can see, Mexico is pretty much like the extensive territoriality of probably half of Europe. And in general terms, we have the same amount of problems to solve. if we speak about land, for example. No. So how to see problems with different prism perspective it's important. But principles are fundamental. I mean, to understand water cycle, I mean, and what it is, because this is a common principle for Europe, for Mexico, for the whole planet. I mean, how to understand how the water cycle is functioning, how it's changing, and why it matters. It requires an amount of knowledge which it cannot be done by one single discipline. So we need to work in an interdisciplinary manner. So with satellites, we can make weather forecasts. It was mentioned, of course. With this, we can prevent droughts or floods in a certain manner. No, we can calculate, for example, crop productivity. Well, yes, definitely with many other instruments and technologies like artificial intelligence and precision agriculture, etc. But in terms of fundamental physical principles, we need to understand what water is, how energy is generated. It was mentioned, electrolysis, of course, by one of our panelists before, and what carbon cycles are basically. You know? So there are 10 fundamental scenarios under the global carbon cycle that we need to tackle, that we need to understand, which is the fossil fuel burning. I mean, that's going to end, of course. There are many different initiatives thinking in how to produce energy in the future. I mean, I can just mention it. One we are involved, which is the ITER reactor, which is a very promising technology. And the fuel for this reactor is going to come from the space, probably from the moon, which is helium-3. So, but that's very long in the future. Land use. I mean, how are we planning to use the land that we currently have? I mean, we just saw that Mexico is pretty much a large country as your continent is, and we need to plan how to use this land. But also what is over this land is very important. We speak about food, but as a scientist, I'm also trained to think in multi-trophic interactions, for example. What eats what and in which way? How plants breathe and in which way? So photosynthesis, plant respiration, decay of residues, which we are producing as human species, but also oxygen, it's present on the atmosphere, it changed obviously the climate and because molecules change and everything, but oxygen is also present with hydrogen on the sea. So all these are molecular interactions that we need to understand. So the sea surface and the gas exchange, the net ocean optic, and the biological pumping, the circulation, and the geological reservoir are pretty much what we need to understand as part of this carbon global cycle. The opportunities for Mexico and for Europe as well can come from, yes, try to think things in a different way. Most of the time as a nanosatellite engineer, I'm trained to think out of the box. The Earth is the box, so we need to think out of the box. So how to think in crop monitoring and management in a different way from a space perspective is important. I mean, we all use cell phones, we all use different digital technologies that couldn't work without a satellite connection, for example, or without a satellite in general terms. So GPS and positioning is important. Of course, Galileo, which is a European initiative, it's important in order to generate this connectivity, in order to gather the right and precise information, in order to provide the tools and the instruments for all these expectations and calculations. But also we need to understand.
I'm sorry, but I think we are running out of time, so maybe if you could just...
Soil, crop, and health monitoring and weather monitoring is important. These slides are going to be available, of course, and agriculture and food are important in order to understand food behavior and formulation. Plant nutrition, it's an area opportunity from the space to understand how seeds are going to be managed on Earth and in space is an area opportunity for us. So space is providing tools in order to understand how sustainable agriculture and food are going to be in the near future, but also how we are going to conduct the value of impact of this agriculture in terms of a general relationship between what we plan and the food change. So what I wanted to conclude in general terms is that we can have a vertical integration from Earth to space, understanding and solutioning things from space to Earth, but also we can provide solutions from Earth to space in many different manners. So plant science is important. We managed to work together between different space agencies. We work very closely with different space agencies. We use pretty much the same tools and instruments in order to coordinate and to plan these different scenarios. In Mexico, we are doing our proper things in terms of producing and developing science in this specific scenario. And I can be open for a more deeper conversations maybe in the near future.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, but we're really running out of time, so I think we may close. And I would like to close as we started, so maybe asking Francesco Tubiello, are you with us or? No, he's no longer with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So maybe you could respond to the suggestion, to Giulia, because I think it's the right way to conclude this panel, because measurements are maybe a key point and crucial, because we need to find a way to harmonize measurements of the problem and of the solution. So in order to find solutions, we need to have a common ground. So maybe, thank you. Briefly.
Thank you very much. I'll really be brief, because I wanted to highlight one aspect of the measurement problem, and just highlighting the fact that, for example, as we put out the kind of data that I have presented, of course, many companies reach out to FAO and asking, what kind of measurement protocols would better fit or describe the framework that we put out. And likewise, there are many, especially in the private sector, many already established measurement protocols. And so one thing to say is, first of all, everything is positive. We need to measure things to understand the problem. The second one that I would say is, let's do it, whatever we want to agree on, let's do it quickly, because 2030 is basically around the corner. We don't really have a lot of time left. But first and foremost, to me, because what we do here, I think it's the spirit of the entire conference, is to be relevant to the climate process, right? To all the things that we have agreed, or countries or governments have agreed to do within Paris. And so recognizing that that's done through specific documents that, imply specific measurement protocols, or at least definitions. So the NDC and the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. My call is, whatever measurement system is put in place, to ensure that it fits in the national process that leads to the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. So whatever is not in the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory, in a sense, in terms of NDC goals and Paris goals, doesn't exist. So there is a lot of positive contributions that private sector can do in terms of measurement and improving greenhouse gas inventory reporting. And of course with that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here, and thank you for hearing us. I think we don't have time, so I'm sorry. Maybe you could do it privately.
Yeah, we probably need to immediately switch to the last plenary of the day on climate journalism, and I would call Alexandra, Sharmini, Malaika, James and Hans are online probably. Alexandra. Okay, here you are. So I am astonished by the size of what we developed here. It's the diversity of contents and everything, but I will leave it the floor to you, and I think we are still waiting for Malaika. Sorry?
My slides. I have my slides.
They have your slides, okay.
Others are online, right?
Yes.
The clicker. Is it here? That's probably it, right? Yes, looks like it.
you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharmini Pires. I'm with the Institute for New Economic Thinking in New York City. And I have the pleasure of chairing this session. We've had the fortunate opportunity of hearing from Alexandra a few times, so she requires no introduction since we already know her. But we also have two guests online, and hopefully that's James Fan and Han Kosan Eid, as well as we have Malaika. Malaika. Sorry to butcher that from being from South Asia. Malaika Vaz, who's going to also be on this panel as a discussant. So, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Alexandra.
I just grab the mic. Yeah, hi everyone. Welcome back for all of those who are still in this room. Now I'm speaking in the capacity of someone who studies climate journalism, does research about climate journalism for the European Broadcasting Union, which is the world's largest association of public service media, and they commissioned me to do a report on climate journalism. Why is that? Because obviously conveying the urgency of the climate issue to the public, but also to the decision makers, is just key for everyone else to jump into action. And actually there are people in the media industry, I guess most famously the former editor of The Guardian, Alan Rusbridger, who said, like, this is the biggest failure of the media industry to act on the issue, on the urgency of climate change, which is a challenge for the media industry. Why is that? Because first of all, the media industry obviously, or the journalism, is very much news driven. So all kinds of news, like whether it be the war obviously or a pandemic, tends to be more important, get into the way of a more sustained coverage of a topic that isn't going away, but that is there constantly, and once in a while it pops up when there are disasters like floods or droughts or storms or whatever, hurricanes, whatever there is. But it tends to be, climate change tends to be pushed out of the news. And the second big challenge is that the media is very often accused of activism if they take a stand. There was way too long a focus on the political coverage of climate change and the debate about, is it really happening or is it not? Is it man-made? Is it not? Whatever, instead of focusing on potential solutions, which is what this short presentation will be all about. And I'll let you know some of the results, preliminary results of the report that will only be published next year, but we already did some research, and I'll show you the conclusions, the preliminary conclusions right now. I presented them at the EBU last week, actually. So the report, what is it about? It's about how to craft journalism about climate change that has an impact, because actually I think that journalism that doesn't do anything, that doesn't have an impact, cannot really be good journalism. It's there, yes, to inform, but it's also there for people to make decisions, to really encourage decision-making by citizens and by decision makers, politicians, the business sector, whatever. Yeah, the audience of this report are media leaders, journalists, and communication professionals, so everyone who's involved in climate communication, not only journalists. So this is also interesting for everyone working in different sectors. And the sources are really in-depth interviews with media leaders, climate journalists, experts in climate communications, academics from across the world, and latest research. We've done more than 20 interviews so far, in-depth interviews, but obviously also digested lots of material. Final publication will be next year. And let me jump right into the preliminary findings and the do's and don'ts without outlining the problem any longer. And yeah, the first finding that really is a consensus among academics that have been studying climate communications is that facts alone don't help, and more facts are not necessarily more convincing to people. So overwhelm people with very complex graphics, statistics, whatever, is something that is not necessarily helpful. But you have to reach people where they are, and I show you in a minute how you can do that. This is why I pictured Greta Thunberg here, because the messenger is often more important than the message. It is a matter of credibility. So for young people, this was really essential that there was someone young out there conveyed the message. You remember, those of you who might have teenagers, kids, whatever, people went to the streets, young people went to the streets and demanding actions because they had a role model suddenly, someone who cared, who took this issue seriously. In climate journalism, very often these credible people are, for example, the meteorologists, the weather people in the different channels that have a huge amount of credibility because everyone is looking for the weather forecast, for the weather report. So they have a very large responsibility, actually, and we talked to weather people, and they said, well, yeah, being meteorologists helps certainly to convey the urgency, but when they talk about climate, very often they're also attacked for mentioning that, so that shows the degree of politicization, but also they are really drivers of change because they are not politicians, so they enjoy high credibility. It is essential to make climate impact part of all beats. All beats in journalism language means not only having the science section, the science reporter reporting on it, not only having the politics reporters covering COP27 now, but having really the climate impact part of a sports story, of a culture story, of a fashion story, whatever. Just, you know, to include what could be the climate impact of a strategy of something like a concept of fast fashion, for example. We shouldn't have journalism that is ignoring that issue any longer. So that is really important. Basic climate literacy in the newsroom and beyond is obviously also a must, so everyone in the newsroom should know about the importance, and not about every detail. They don't need to know all the details of the latest IPCC report, but you know, what's the 1.5 degree goal, whatever, what's the Paris Agreement. I mean, there are certain things that yeah, what kind of role play carbon emissions, what's the largest carbon footprint? There are things that need to be known by journalists in newsrooms just to do this, to incorporate it in the coverage. Obviously, there is no one-size-fits-all model. There are lots of discussions in newsrooms. What is also important is that formats need to fit the particular audience. So obviously a science-driven audience needs different kind of information than young people who might respond to a format on TikTok or YouTube or even a comedy show. You need to think, to craft carefully how to package your climate journalism so that it reaches certain audiences, and unfortunately it's not like the one-size-fits-all solution. Yeah, and then the last point I would like to make here is that the media has a hard time living up to their own standards, which is not only in terms of climate reporting, but also in many other aspects. Also, when you talk about diversity, about other values, really, that the media there might be great, really passionate commentaries written by journalists about climate, but then when you look into their own organizations, they still, they have the way they travel, the way they use energy, the way maybe they produce food waste in their own organizations. They should know about these things, because it is a matter of credibility that if you work for an organization that has high demands on decision makers and makes all these claims, that also there is at least an attempt to think about their own carbon footprint. What is really important, and I make that as an extra point, media need to move beyond the doom and gloom thing, and I just have 2 books here that I can really recommend to anyone who wants to study effective climate communication. It is really important to really frame climate change in a way that people feel they are enabled to do something that enables action. And actually there's a lot of this material out there. I just pointed out, I said 2 books to communicate climate change successfully. Unfortunately, newsrooms haven't used it and acknowledged it, and they've only, that is my finding also from the report, only in the last couple of years they feel like, oh, we should get more serious about this story, which is actually sad when you know that, for example, these books were published in 2015. So there is a lot of material out there, but newsrooms haven't used it. Just quick 5 recommendations for climate journalism that has an impact. First of all, stories that focus on the here and now work better than stories that focus on the very distant future. And luckily we've discussed in our working groups a lot of stuff that also has an impact in the short term and that you can do now. And actually there is a lot that we can do now, and at newsrooms very often haven't even found out that there's so much that can be done. Stories with a local context work better than stories that address something that is very far away, that seems like a no-brainer, but for a newsroom it's really important to break down stories that make it relatable to people. The third one is a real big one, and we learned that before. I think Bill mentioned that when he asked a question earlier. Stories that emphasize the benefits of change are very important. We tend to talk about climate change in terms of like cost, sacrifice, disaster, calamity, conflict. I mean, there's all these things that we emphasize when we talk about climate change, but there are just a few stories that emphasize really, what can we gain? Can we have more, less waste in food, for example, just relating to the session before, maybe more justice, also decentralization in energy, as we discussed in our group. This will change the balance of power and empower local actors. So just cleaner air. There are lots of benefits of change. Yeah, stories where people find agency and solutions, where they can act, for example, buy food from a local vendor, where they make sure that this is also locally produced, is something, because people like to do things. They have values. People don't only care about cost and what's in there. They want to do something good, but they need to know what kind of good. And that's, I already said that, approach different audiences differently is really key. And there are some examples you will hear from Hans from NRK about what they're doing there. That's a public broadcaster in Norway, about the climate mission. There's Deutsche Welle that has fantastic YouTube formats all over the world, very practical, very successful with young audiences. And for example, the news agency AFP restructured their newsroom around the future of the planet hub that made everything so important. And here I'm quoting Wolfgang Blau, who's the co-founder of the Oxford Climate Journalism Network and probably the journalist studying most about climate change. And he says, it's a great story to cover. We are looking at the biggest reconstruction stories since World War II, so we should have some enthusiasm and some energy. And for newsrooms, it's also a good thing, because what they can achieve is they draw talent. Young people actually like to apply for media organizations that that cover climate change, and also it can energize reporters that have been doing that beat for 30 years and felt pretty much ignored. And a last one here is a quote that I particularly like, that's from Mark AISCAT, who's the co-founder of Covering Climate Now at Columbia University, and he said, if we don't transform the media sector, none of the other sectors will transform. And so much for that.
Thank you, Alexander. Really appreciate the surge of energy you bring to the issue and to the conference as well. Thank you so much. There's so much to unpack there. But before we go on, I'm going to introduce Malaika. Malaika Vaz is the National Geographic explorer and TV presenter and filmmaker. And we're really fortunate today to have quite a number of people who've done films as well as journalism, which is a nice combination in terms of communicating the crisis we are facing. Malaika?
Thank you so much. So I run a film production company, and our mandate is to tell stories about nature and the environment. When I grew up, I was watching so many documentaries that only talked about how pristine the natural world was and how beautiful it was and how there was so much biodiversity. But we weren't really talking about the big climate change issues. In fact, climate change was once referenced in a film festival as the C word. That's changed so much ever since then. I think now media networks across the board want to be telling stories, but I think one of the biggest problems is that these stories, like you said, are still siloed. So I think traditionally we used to have the climate change beat, which would be in the same category as environment stories and stories about animals and stories about nature. But now, as the world has changed, we increasingly need to be seeing climate change stories in the political sphere and the intersection between, say, human rights and climate change being really brought out. An example of a film that we're making right now is about climate change and migration. We're seeing how climate change is driving communities from different parts of South Asia to the Middle East to seek work as migrant workers. And once they get there, it's a double whammy as they're hit with 50 degrees Celsius temperatures, and they have to deal with the impact of that. And many of them are coming back in body bags. And when I started telling the story, it was supposed to be a human rights story. And I realized very soon that it's also a climate change story, and it's also a political story. And does this only go on National Geographic? Well, that's the model that we've had so far. But this is equally a CNN story. This is equally a story for Fox News. And as soon as we start getting outside of our silos and really speaking to audiences, I think we will be able to communicate with people in power. And I think one of the strategies that we really employ at my production company is figuring out who our target audience is after we decide what our impact goal is. Sometimes those can be flipped, and that can be problematic. So what we do when we start out with the subject is we say, we're making this film about wildlife trafficking. What's our impact goal? To protect these animals under, say, a national wildlife policy. Well, then in that case, who can actually change things? Sometimes it's a bunch of policymakers, sometimes it's community support, sometimes it's one person. Right? And if you're speaking to that one person, understanding where they come from, what their worldview is, and really positioning that film to that person's worldview is a much more sensible approach than trying to reach everyone, everywhere with every climate story. So I think more targeted journalism is really the need of the hour, and journalism that speaks to the impact that climate change is having on industries as well. I've made this mistake myself where I've talked about climate change as something that we do because it's great for animals, the animals that I love to film with. But it's increasingly something that I see as the most self-interested thing we will do. Combating the climate crisis is selfish, it is in our interests, and we have to do that because otherwise there is really no future for our planet, not just for future generations, but for right now as well. So with a lot of the films that we're producing right now, we're talking more about the economic imperative for action and also the cost to it. Because very often we talk about climate change as something that is impacting the world, and that is very expensive to tackle. You know, we've got to invest in green technology, we've got to invest in renewable energy, we've got to invest in nature-based solutions. But we're already investing in healthcare, we're already investing in disaster management, we're already investing in migration with migrants coming to different parts of the world, and Europe knows it better than any other part of the world. There are so many costs that governments across the world are experiencing because of the fact that climate change is at our doorstep. And when we see that, and we see that actually right now investing in renewable energy might be expensive, but 20 years from now, it's good for businesses. I think that positive, optimistic approach to talking about climate change to the industrial sector is something that definitely needs to change. So we often talk about this at our company, and it's how do we understand who our audience is and then really reach out to them in a way that's engaging. And when I say engaging, I think we also have to make these stories fun. Besides producing films, I'm also a presenter. So I'm constantly climbing mountains and jumping off into the ocean and diving with sharks and doing all these crazy things. And people ask me, why do you do this if your goal is to tell climate change stories? Why do you have to do all of this adventure stuff and this wildlife stuff? And the truth is because otherwise people will switch channels. And we have to make climate change programming exciting, because otherwise it's just going to be our families and our little small privileged circles that will be viewing this content. When we make it exciting, that reaches out to younger audiences, to global audiences, and then hyper-targeted for the policy market and then for the industrial market, I think we can change things around. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, fantastic. James Fan, I'm going to go to you next. He's online. If you could join us, he's the Executive Director of Earth Journalism Network. James?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, nice to be with you.
So,
can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Great.
Do you want to start with... Yeah. Go ahead, there's a delay.
Do you have a question for me, or do you just want me to tell you about what we're doing?
Actually, I would like for you to make some introductory comments, and then we'll come back to you with some questions.
Sure. So, hello, everyone. Thanks for inviting me. I'm a journalist. I've been covering climate change now for over 30 years, and I spent most of my career working in Asia, where I was a local reporter for a newspaper and a TV station in Thailand, and then 18 years ago, joined with my parent organization, Intranews, to set up the Earth Journalism Network. Our mission is to improve the quantity and quality of climate and environmental coverage. We're now a professional association of over 15,000 journalists around the world who are dedicated to improving climate coverage. And I can give you more numbers. We've trained almost 14,000 journalists in climate and environmental issues, how to cover them. We directly support journalists to produce content now, again, over 13,000 stories on these topics. And I'd say historically, we've mostly focused on low and middle income countries, so mainly Asia, Africa, Latin America, but now we're a truly global organization supporting journalists and media outlets all over the world to improve climate coverage, and I'm happy to tell you about some of the lessons we've learned. I certainly share many of the conclusions that my co-speakers have already mentioned. I think also I have a few other lessons to share, but I don't know if now is the time or how you want me to proceed.
Yes, please. You have a few more minutes. So tell us about the challenges and what you've managed to accomplish.
Sure. Well, gosh, where to begin? So many challenges. Just having worked myself on the climate beat and other environment and science beats for local newspapers, I know that journalists all over the world, we lack often the time, the money, the resources to do these stories properly. You need budget, basically. You need staff to go out and do these stories on a very complex topic in a engaging way. and you need expertise. And, you know, it is a very complex and difficult topic, and it's not just the science, it's also the politics and the economics and the business side and all the other factors. So that's why we focus a lot on training, capacity building, and why we also directly just support journalists with money. I think sometimes that gets overlooked. We need to invest more in climate media. That's hard to do these days, given the kind of failing and shifting business models of the media, and especially the news media. So that is why we really try and direct investment into this sector. And the challenge, I think it's been well laid out by my colleagues, but it's really, how can we make a good story out of climate change? How do you turn this global issue with all that's involved and all the complexity into a local story that is appealing to local audiences? And I think, you know, my colleagues have talked about some of the strategies. I would add a few others, like really making it about people. Audiences love learning and reading and viewing stories about other people. And we have lots of good material out there. There are so many people working hard and doing fascinating and important work about climate change, but whether it's on the, you know, mitigation side, supporting renewable energy or alternatives to fossil fuels, or it's on the resilience side, helping local communities to adapt and come up with innovative approaches to build resilience to climate change. And so we always encourage our journalists to find these local angles and local people they can build their stories around. Also, audiences love stories about wildlife and animals, as Malika said, and also love stories about you know, interesting places and how they're being affected by climate change. So, you know, some of our key messages to our journalists is, you know, first of all, climate change is probably going to be the biggest story of this century. You know, when we look back on the 21st century, you know, and we know the media focuses a lot on immediate and current events, and focuses much more on dramatic news events rather than the slow incremental change that is, you know, emblematic of both climate change and the biodiversity crisis as well. But when we look back on things, it's climate change that's going to rise above everything else, I believe, to dominate the, you know, the news and history of the 21st century. And it's, you know, the story about climate change is not, certainly the causes and impacts are important. That's something journalists can do, is highlight and uncover the long-term causes and impacts of climate change, but that's not the whole story. As mentioned, our changing economy, our changing society, how we adapt to climate change, these are all really important aspects of the story. And so, you know, it's not just an environment story. And, you know, when journalists come to us and say, you know, I have so much trouble getting my story past my editor or past my producer, you know, and into the news cycle, you know, we say, well, don't just present it as an environment story or even just as a science story. It's a business story, it's a political story, it's a finance story, a legal story, a social story, a cultural story. You can report about it in the travel section of your media outlet, or the personal finance section, or the gardening section, or I think I said travel section already, but so anyway, you know, think outside the box a little and find different angles to report on climate change.
Thank you, James. We're going to move on to Hans Kotsan-Id. He's the head of the climate group at NRK.
That's correct. We're the NRK, the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation. And thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. And thank you, Alexandra, for sharing your insights from your research. That's really useful, and also good to hear that I think we're on the right track in what we're doing. We started this project in the beginning of 2020 from seeing a bit of a paradox that our audiences say they're interested in climate change, especially a young audience that we're struggling to reach, like many other news outlets. And also voters in elections say that climate change and environment are one of their top priorities when they're choosing who to vote for. But at the same time, we're producing stories on climate change that didn't get high numbers in terms of readership and are struggling with engagement around this topic. So what's the problem here? What are we not doing correctly? And we made a strategy that you mentioned in the introduction about what our climate change journalism should look like. I think the key acknowledgement in this process was that when people don't read your stories, it's not because they're not into climate change, it's because your stories aren't good enough. And a lot of our climate reporting before was very sporadic. It was often telling the same story over and over again, the same findings in different shapes or from different sources, and not really taking the climate perspective into stories that people are interested in reading in their own right. So we made this climate strategy. The biggest sort of point in that strategy, it seems almost simple today, but to acknowledge the scientific consensus on climate change as a fact, and to focus our journalism on what to do with this problem as a society. In this, of course, a step away from the whole false balance problem that we've also been guilty of in the past, but have changed dramatically since this strategy was launched. And I think the key goal of our strategy is perhaps to make journalism that enables our audiences to take part in this debate themselves about what to do about this problem. And that's a strategy that has really given us a good platform to look forward and to do constructive journalism on climate change. And I say constructive journalism can sound tricky on climate change because it's often confused with simply looking at solutions or simply looking at hope. But I think constructive in a sort of wider sense of, we have this problem, what do we do with it? There are different solutions to it politically, scientifically, and in all sorts of sectors, has been a really useful sort of way of looking at it for us. So with this strategy, we started a team in Bergen and in Oslo covering climate change. We did this in the end of January 2020, and a few weeks later, the pandemic hit Norway, and we've been working through that. And sort of when the news pressure on the pandemic faded, there was a war in Ukraine. So we've sort of our whole existence has been under very dramatic, sort of urgent, immediate news. Some of the previous speakers talked about this as well, and I think that's one of the sort of key reasons why this has been a success so far, is that we managed to keep going as a climate team in this very special news environment that's been the last 2 years. And a lot of our competitors who also wanted to start to up their game on climate journalism didn't manage to do this in the same way and prioritize it as a topic to focus on in that extent. And one of the ways we've done that is to look for angles on those topics, to write climate stories on the pandemic, to write climate stories about the war in Ukraine. There's obvious links to energy, fossil fuels, and so on. but also in other topics such as the elections in Norway and other big stories. I think some of our most read news articles are climate angles on things that are big stories, irrespective of climate change. So then we've sort of constructed this group that works on climate change specifically, and at the same time, the idea is that we're not solely responsible for the climate change journalism of the NRK. We're a source of resources and skills and competencies for the rest of our organization to draw upon. Because as others have said before me, it's really important that you don't just cover climate change to cover climate change itself, but also to see how climate change affects and will affect all areas of society, and how also all sort of areas of society will affect climate change.
Hans, I'd like to take you up on that point you're making. One of the things that we are very good at as journalists is really report on the crises or the event before us, whether it's climate disaster or, as we speak at this moment, a number of rabbis and clergy are getting arrested in front of BlackRock headquarters in New York City because BlackRock has invested in $259 billion in fossil fuel industry, and they're making record profits for their shareholders. So this is the way in which we can take a financial issue, coverage of Wall Street, and get deeply into the crises we are facing in terms of climate change and what that kind of decision on the part of BlackRock will do to the world. So I'd like to repose the question in terms of the methodologies you're using at your institutions and teaching journalists in terms of how to cover this crisis, and talk about what we can do as people who are leading the profession and making films in terms of the powerful in our world who has the power to really make a systemic change, a shift in our systems, and address the global crisis we're in. So Hans, let me come back to you and start with you to answer that question.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You were saying, I was taking off from the point you were making, that you would take what's in the news, what events we are covering from different perspectives, and turn it into a climate story. So here we have a situation where BlackRock is spending, $259 billion on the fossil fuel industry. This is a story we can cover from various angles. Just, I'm asking you, how do we do that?
Definitely. I think, and I think it's also about having a climate perspective on all those stories, and not necessarily making them into a climate story. But I mean, obviously, fossil fuel investments, other investments, how we spend our money. If there's any realism in a sort of 50% reduction of emissions globally, that affects every aspect of society in every area, and I think there's a lot of potential in finance, but also political coverage, all sorts of traditional coverage. Most choices we make are somehow related to this big overarching issue that we're dealing with. And I think Alexandra's point about everyone in the newsroom needing to have some sort of grasp of climate change as a topic is really crucial, and at the same time I think you can't underestimate the value of having a team of specialized journalists that spend a lot of time dealing with these issues, because it's such a big and complex topic that you really end up making the same mistakes over and over again if you don't have journalists that work more or less exclusively on this.
Okay, thank you, Hans. Malaika, let me ask you, earlier today you were talking about workers in the Middle East or oil-producing countries in the Gulf, and body bags coming back as a result of the heat they're experiencing. Obviously, some of it caused, it's typically a very hot region of the world anyway, but you've noticed an acceleration, and workers are really experiencing it because they're working outside, a lot of them. And so speak to me about how do we take a story like this and turn it into where the Gulf, OPEC members, and what can they, as nations that rely on a fossil fuel industry and obviously terrible emissions as a result, how do you actually make that story much bigger and addressing those who can make a change?
So ever since, as an example, Qatar won the bid to the World Cup, approximately 6,500 migrant men have died because of the heat and the construction sites and the exploitation. My perspective on this is that if we had 6,500 people dying in New York City, where I live right now, or in London, or in India, where I'm from, we would have people standing up. We would have people talking about these issues. But because they are poor, vulnerable migrant communities with very little political power in the system, who's advocating for them? And I think, especially with the Middle East, a lot of the countries that are sending workers are countries that are getting investments from the Middle East. So looking at that level of collusion across sending and receiving countries with the migrant crisis, I think is really important. But at a more zoomed out level, a lot of our recent work has focused on environmental equity. And we're seeing that across the spectrum, whether it is a pandemic or zoonotic diseases, or whether it is climate change, whatever it is vulnerable communities who are hit the hardest. We're doing a film right now that is funded by National Geographic Society that is about the toxins in our environment from plastic, fast fashion, and power. And as my team and I have been going to different parts of the world, we've seen that it's always the most vulnerable communities who are impacted. But strangely, despite being from the global south, when I first started out telling this story, I talked about pollution in India, Bangladesh, and Mongolia, 3 Asian countries. And it was a bit of like introspection and reflection that made me realize that I was perpetuating the same narratives of blaming the global south that has contributed so little to pollution and emissions for the big crisis that we're seeing. And unfortunately, it is these big hegemonic powers that are wreaking havoc, but we don't talk about it because of the fact that the biggest media networks in the world are in their hands. They're being funded by these big organizations and governments. So we changed our story. We went back to National Geographic Society and said, I think what I'm doing is problematic and I have a responsibility here. And we said, okay, we've done filming, a little bit of the film in Bangladesh, where the biggest fast fashion sectors are. But for the rest of the documentary, we're filming in the United States. We're filming at the Shell factories and the ExxonMobil factories, and we're filming in a lot of these places, these communities that are impacted by big fossil fuel giants and by big, plastic giants. And really the reason to do that is to tell the story about climate change equitably in a way that talks not just about the distribution of power within countries, but between countries as well. How are we talking about the West having a big footprint with climate change without actually talking about the stories from there? We're always talking about climate change in India, we're talking about people in the global south and the many, many babies we have. But this isn't just a population problem, it's also a consumption problem. And it's also not an individual consumer problem. So I said this yesterday at dinner, but I take a lot of flights and I eat sushi and I go shopping at fast fashion companies. These are all things that I do, despite being someone who's been at the front lines of the climate crisis. And if I can't change, we can't be telling our audiences to change. So it's really about getting corporations to be at the front of this and telling stories about how industries and government can take a stand, because that's where the accountability lies.
That's great, thank you. Let me go to you, Alexandra. In terms of what you've heard from the panelists, what are your takeaways in terms of the book you're writing in terms of, and the question is really, how do we speak to the powers that be? Because I'm totally convinced that there's a great deal of what I call movement from below and a lot of paralysis from above. From the COP meetings, we've had 25 of them. We haven't seen the world transform in many ways. Our corporate sector, Larry Fink, who's the head of BlackRock, every year issues a very dynamic letter in terms of their approach to how they're going to invest in the world, and this year it was dedicated to climate change. But as you can see, they're doing something very contradictory. So my question is, how do we, with our climate coverage, as journalists, as media, speak to those who have the power to make a systems shift?
Well, I think what Malika said earlier is very, very true. You have to really be very conscious of what is the audience, which audience you are addressing. And you said so nicely, sometimes it's just one person. Maybe it's one person in a company or one politician, or, I mean, I'm exaggerating, it's usually a team or, you know, a few more who want to drive the change. And I think this conference has been a fantastic example of change makers, people who want to drive change with incredible energy and enthusiasm. And you have to, if you do journalism that reaches these people, you're doing a very good job. On the other hand, also what Hans said is also very true. You need to also go broad. You need to really engage your audience and not talk, you know, over their heads with the political he said, she said story. I tend to say that there's way too much he said, she said journalism out in this world, and way too little engaging journalism that focuses also, we heard also that, on people, on you know, the real issues that people face in their everyday life. So it's, you know, you have to go broad and at the same time really target particular audiences, both. Another point is that I think, though, the media neglects what's actually already being done. And when I attend a conference like this, where I come across all these little success stories of things, people who drive change, projects, you know, be it accounting or be it any innovation in transport, whatever, the media very often neglects that there are change makers out there, because they very often zero in, they focus on what goes wrong, which is obviously, you know, taking power to account, holding power to account is a mission of the media, but very often, you know, portraying role models or saying, you know, this is actually what this certain industry is doing, and the innovation is already out there. So, you know, why don't you just look at this and hold other people in that particular industry accountable why they are not going that path, but why they are sort of transgressing. I think that is also important to highlight the positive examples, because that gives people hope that they can still affect change.
That's great. Question to you, James. You are leading training initiatives, largely with the Global South, and thousands of journalists you have access to. In terms of sort of methodology you use in order to address your training, could you speak to some of the pedagogical initiatives underway that you think is useful that we can take away and implement?
Sure, thank you. So just quick thoughts on the latest discussion, you know, about holding power to account. And I think, you know, we have a saying in journalism going back to Watergate, really, to follow the money, right? And we definitely need to do that, especially when it comes to climate change. But I think we also need to follow the pollution. We need to understand, we need to show where's the pollution coming from, you know, who is financing it, but also who is suffering from it. And I think that has already been very eloquently stated by fellow panelists. But you know, if we can show that juxtaposition between who is benefiting from the emissions of greenhouse gases and who is suffering from it, I mean, that makes for a very compelling story. And that's what we're, you know, that's what we are, essentially storytellers. So That is something that we often emphasize in our training, to, follow the money, but also follow the pollution, look at who's benefiting from this pollution and look at who's suffering. Very simple, but very powerful way to, I think, approach climate journalism. I can tell you a lot about our methodologies. First we have training workshops, and we tailor these workshops to specific regions and specific topics within climate change, whether it's renewable energy or coastal resilience or sustainable marine management. And we have a wide variety of topics there. But we also make sure to get the journalists out into the field. I think that's so important. You don't want to just be in the classroom. You need to get them out there, where they can, gather stories and bring them back to their newsrooms and just learn, learn about the issues in the field and how to engage with all the stakeholders that they're going to need to interview and communicate with. We also, I do want to emphasize, in addition to training, we do a lot of content production, supporting content directly, and I think those go together so well, capacity building and content production. So when we give out grants, first of all, in order to make sure that the stories are really localized and that we're meeting local needs and interests, our approach is to solicit applications from our members. They propose what stories they want to do in their region, in their country, what issues are relevant to them, and we have an international panel of judges who, do their best to try and select the best ones according to their understanding. But working together with our members and with trainers and senior and veteran journalists as well, to really get the best and most relevant stories. And then after providing journalists with grants or media outlets with these grants, sometimes we'll support investigative stories, sometimes there'll be data journalism stories, sometimes collaborative stories across many countries and regions working together. And then we provide them with mentorship. So we have journalists maybe from the region or journalists with experience in a certain topic who will work one-on-one with the journalists, with the grantees, to make sure that they're getting the expertise they need. Some of them need a lot. Some of them are quite okay working kind of on their own, but you need to make sure to at least offer that kind of support in order to make sure we're getting the high quality stories.
Thank you, James. Oh, so let's, Francesco, have we addressed what you wanted addressed in this group? Okay. We are on time. Oh. Okay, so I will open it up for, yes, okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I had actually a question, which is, I like the idea, and I really enjoy the overall conversation. How we can move from information, from providing information, to more call to action. So you mentioned before that you want to have a specific audience to influence, but how we can create some kind of a dialogue on what needs to be done so the people will react. And for me, a simple example, not being an expert, is at a certain stage, there was a lot of influence of stop smoking because it will create lung cancer. So there was a long movement, but now the people are getting, not all the people around the globe, but many people are getting it. How can we move information to call to action?
I can begin. I think, honestly, it begins with humility as the world of media, because we can't do this alone. We might be able to tell the most incredible stories and reach out to huge audiences, but unless we partner with scientists, with policymakers, with educators, and with nonprofit organizations and other organizations across the spectrum, we will not be able to do that. And that is because of the nature of media. As a filmmaker, I know that I work on a project for 5 months, a year and a half, then I move on to the next. So we intrinsically do not have the capacity to keep, following up on the impact of those projects after creating that awareness. So for example, we worked in this film about wildlife trafficking. Besides raising money for the film, we raised money for the scientists. We got a team of scientists on board from a incredible research organization. We got an anti-trafficking organization on board. We had these scientists going out every single day to get information on the animals that were being trafficked. We created a policy report, sent that to the government, which is being reviewed right now. With other work that we've done, we got one of our films banned from China. So we worked with educators to get it into schools, to reach out to young minds who can then say no to certain kinds of wildlife contraband in their homes. So I think just really innovative partnerships across the spectrum to allow the film or the media that we're producing to have an impact past the broadcast date is really important. It can't stop at the date that we have the amazing film festival premiere or the day that our film goes on TV. It has to have that impact, and for that we need partnerships.
Yeah, I can speak to that as well. Alan Raxberger at The Guardian, when in 2015, when The Guardian decided that this was going to be one of the primary focus of The Guardian to cover the climate change crisis, he actually not only put together 10 or 15 journalists to cover different beats within the climate crisis, but he also gathered 20 academic experts and scientists around them that could advise them, that they could, do fact-checking with, that they could reference in their stories. And I think that kind of support is critically important for a media outlet. And we need to think more. I mean, The Guardian's been exceptional in the COP26 meeting last year. They had incredible coverage and also ongoing podcasts, so that there was the critical mass of the movement involved in their coverage. So I think that those kinds of moves are very important, and I'm sure Alexandra also has a lot to add to this question. And thank you for that very good question.
Yeah, obviously you also have to acknowledge that for The Guardian this makes total sense because it addresses a particular audience, and they are making money out of that audience that is really very, very invested in climate change. But I think it is important that all media embrace this and think carefully about their audiences and really bring the topic home, making it part of everyday life, making it part of every beat, and then let the people decide what kind of action to take, and let the people decide whether it's important to elect, re-elect, or not elect certain politicians who take over the responsibility, or to whatever, buy certain products of companies. I think we should also trust in the power of the people, also the power of the people to understand what they are doing, and that, I liked the way you put it, that smoking is harmful, that certain practices are harmful, not beating them on the head all the time, and explaining to them that they are just stupid the way they're behaving, but raising their own making them feel responsible for their lives, for their children's lives, for the future of the planet. I think really bringing the issue home is key.
Can I say something just to elaborate on the Giacomo was also Jane. Was raising the hand. No, it's okay, Jake.
Sorry, did you call on me? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, well, I think I just want to reiterate what the other said. I think it's, it's, first of all, we need to give, the way we can help promote action is to give voice to other people. And it's not just the experts and the scientists, but it's also to the local people and the people who are suffering from climate change and the people who are working to try and change our systems so that we can prevent climate change. And they are the ones who can speak out and say what needs to be done. Our role is really to inform people, and I think in an ideal world, as Alexandra kind of implied, let nature, so to speak, take its course. And I think that we have shown time and again that doing that, informing the public, informing policymakers does lead to change. It does lead to impacts. And we have made a concerted effort to document just how these stories have led to real changes on the ground in public policies, in public regulations, in public debates. I can give you so many examples. We've got a whole bunch of case studies on our Earth Journalism Network website. For instance, one of our journalists in Pakistan did a series of stories on how a heat wave in Karachi led to the deaths of over 2,000 people, in informal living in informal settlements. As a result of that story, the local authorities actually called them up and said, we're going to change, formalize the land rights for these people and start providing them with services that will help them adapt to climate change. We have case studies in India and in Fiji, where villagers that had been promised help relocating away from the coast where they were suffering from sea level rise, but their relocation had been stalled or the money had been taken away through various, who knows, corruption. And as a result of these stories, the government stepped back in and they eventually did provide the resources to relocate these villages. And also on the mitigation side, we do a lot of stories on renewable energy in places like India, and now in South Africa and Indonesia, and a lot has changed actually in the last 10 years, especially when it comes to renewable energy and how much more affordable it is. But there are all kinds of obstacles to developing renewable energy, outdated laws and policies that prevent, say, rooftop solar or wind parks, windmill parks, and so on. And by documenting and highlighting these what are these impediments, that can lead to real change without us, as Alexandra said, without us having to hit people over the head.
No, I was just about to elaborate what Giacomo was saying, because just the example of The Guardian, it's a great example of quote-unquote climate journalism. So you really have a very effective local stories, but yet, as Giacomo was saying, you do not have there a call for changing individual behavior, and even less a call for social mobilization. No? I mean, climate change is also about people, changing the world without not even waiting for politicians to authorize societies to change. And still, you don't have that kind of effect, or at least I see it very, 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 very little of it.
All right, we are wrapping up now, but Hans, I'm going to give you the last word.
Thank you. No, I think, I really agree with what James said about the role of journalism in all this. I think for us, our mission has to be sort of creating engaging stories and informing. And I think that there was talk about not underplaying what's actually working, and I think that's a really helpful reminder. And at the same time, there's a risk of focusing too much on what's happening, because the reality of things are that we're far behind the goals that are being set and what actually has to be done to stop this or deal with this or minimize this problem. So I think our role has to be sort of, as I said in my introduction, to inform people in a way that enables them to make up their own mind about all these issues, not whether or not climate change is happening, but how we're dealing with it as a society. And I think journalism can be a very powerful tool in that respect, but without sort of pushing an agenda or going into necessarily which solution over another. But thanks a lot for having me here. This was really interesting to hear the other panelists and the questions from the audience as well. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
And thank you all for joining us and for pulling together this incredible panel. We've learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
A continuation.
I think probably I wouldn't call it climate journalism. It's more like environment journalism.
It's about zoonotic diseases and the impact that has both on human health and the wild. So it's a short film. It's only about 25 minutes. But yeah, excited to see everyone
and
there.
it will take place at 9:30, not 10 o'clock, because otherwise the people. So immediately after here in this very
Perfect.
place. Okay.
Excited.
I hope. Thank you so much.